vagues de qualification sur 500 et 1000 mètres. Tout au long de l'après-midi, avant de compléter avec les vagues quarterfinales du relais 2000 mètres mixtes, 3000 mètres de femmes et 5000 mètres messieurs.
Isa. Get underway. Not in the special crystal globe helmet is Kim Gilly. Perhaps saving it for the World Tour days on the weekend to come. It's the Yamana Arena. Zoe Deltrap of the Dutch line is also there. Petra Verkova, the Czech Ice Spiders. And Muska, German Wolves, Louisiana Stahl. The Eagles. This is the quarterfinal.
Dutch line number 94, Zoe Deltrap. Number 61 from the Czech Ice Spiders, Petra Verkova.
7 heats total. First and second place skaters from each race up to the 5 of the fastest third as we move on to the semifinals.
9 laps to go. Strategic start as always in the 1500 meter. 3 on ice right now. Watching the action.
Him definitely getting up into second place. You always said even if she's not in front, she's in control.
Yamana slowly progressing the pace here at the front of the race. Just a smooth progressive build for her in the lead.
Will turn 25 in December. Kim Gilly, who of course, we use the word phenom to describe her.
Kim Gilly still looking very relaxed, position 2 here.
Deltraps are squeezed out into third as who's there now? Gilly. Kim Gilly takes control. And is just doesn't even look like it, but she is pouring it on and adding a noticeable lead.
9-1 lap there by Kim Gilly.
Here's the battle for second. Deltrap and Zung. Deltrap trying to hold on to second. So she is able to do that. Will hang on. But overpowering. And it really didn't look like she really got out of second gear. Second look. It's just toying with Yamana. Just letting her in front, monitoring, and then when she decided the race was over, the race was over.
Yeah, just a smart, well-controlled race by Kim Gilly here. Sitting in second, biding her time, waiting to strike. She doesn't want to get caught up in any mess at the end of the race. Just getting clear of the field. A little bit of a warm-up race for her this morning, or this afternoon rather now.
It is, you're right. Zoe Deltrap, the Dutch Lions youngster, creditable second place for her to get into the semifinals. Nothing really getting the second look there. Wait for confirmation. Those results.
Officials were reviewing a potential pass from Sang-Yi on Yamana there.
Side skater failure to give way is the possibility of what they're looking at, though. I don't see the yellow card going up. They're still going to look at that. Oh, there you go, down to the ice.
After review, We gave a penalty to number 33 from China, and we advanced skater 51 from Japan.
Have it. Sung Yize gets penalized, failure to give way, and Yamana does go through on the advancement, and so first race, and that takes away one of those possible third place opportunities. Petra Vankova now on the bubble. Gonna watch that. Here's the result. Failure to give way. They're out wide. There we have it. On to heat number 2. First set of the weekend of Corn Stoddard of the USA Eagles, Choi-Min Jeong of the White Tigers, Kamil Stormovska of the Hussars, Lisa Eckstein, Petria Shapati, Diana Michalchuk, and Leah Mead.
Go to the start. Ready.
Oui, départ de l'Alliance, c'est le deuxième vague de quart de finale chez les femmes sur 1500 mètres.
Choi-Min Jeong, two-time 1500-meter Olympic champion.
To that real depth in the Korean program that have people with so many victories at so many levels. Stormovska on the front.
Petra Shapati's been looking very strong too to the start of this World Tour. I think we're going to be in for a good battle here.
Not a bad race for a quarterfinal. Lots of people to watch for. Then, of course, if battles develop on the ice that take skaters out of contention, there are those who may not be, let's just say, as fancy as some of the others who can sneak into those automatic qualifying positions. Stormovska on the front right now. Her only real international medal is a mixed relay from the European Championships last season. She is one of those skaters who tends to be there and thereabouts. No, pardon me, that was the only one at an ISU championship. She has World Cup hardware from 1,500 meters.
I think these skaters know that Choi-Min Jeong and Corey Stoddard are skaters to beat in this race for positions 1 and 2. So they're trying to position themselves near the front, waiting for one of those two skaters to strike and jump on, try to defend that second position.
Shapati hitting the front now, and it's really picking up. And Choi and Stoddard do have a lot of work to do. They have several skaters to get around, and Stoddard is kind of hitching her wagon onto Choi as the two of them just go around the outside to assault the front.
Well, I think Stormovska and Shapati were really battling it out for that lead position a little bit early, maybe wasting a little bit of energy trying to battle out too early before those other two skiers were waiting to make their move. And here comes Corey Stoddard on the inside of Choi-Min Jeong. Nice pass.
Pavel, the native of Seattle, Washington, gets around. Fierce competitor, one to watch for as she will move on to the semis. Getting reviewed at all. So they just bided their time, waited for their moment. So both of them in tandem just hit the front.
The officials are going to do a bit of a review here between Stormovska and Shapati as they're battling out for the lead here. We see Stormovska just trying to drive up the inside.
Bit of a bump there between the two.
Here's a look at Corey Stoddard. Her inside pass and 1 to go. You know, top 2 going through. I think Corey Stoddard's just kind of practicing her passes here. You know, a little bit of a warm-up for the weekend.
I was wondering, when it's top 2 going on, is that maybe a practice of play? Is she making a statement? Watch out for me.
Well, that too, yeah.
is an announcement coming from the ice.
After a review, we gave a penalty to number 13 from Poland, and we advanced skater number 86 from Hungary.
There you have it. So Yashapati advances, Stormovska penalized. So 2 advancements through 2 races right now. Last weekend, I haven't seen the exact numbers yet, but last weekend it felt like a lot of clean racing. Today, there's been plenty of advancements peppered in to the skating so far. So after these 1,500 meter quarterfinals, here's the look right there. Failure to give way. Forced Yashapati out wide, sapped all of her speed. So after these 1,500 meter quarterfinals, we have the heats for both the 5,000 meters and 1,000 meters, and then relay time. Here's heat number 3. First look we get at, I was thinking, what kind of nickname could there be? The notorious KSG? That doesn't work. Kristen Santos Griswold, the current Crystal Globe leader, the standard bearer for that U.S. Eagles women's program, the Kashima Mide, Chloé Olivier, Lam Ching Yan, Valentina Askic, Katarina Buric, and Florence Brunel. I think the first look at the first women's ice maple today.
Go to the start. Ready.
Although without Santos Griswold, just a consummate all-rounder, medal in any event. It wasn't taking me someone who's good at equally as good as maybe the 500 and the 1,500, because they're almost 2 completely different dynamics.
It's very difficult. You know it. When you have a skater who can compete in all events, it's really a testament to their skill, because they not only have top end speed, but they also have that stamina, that endurance to last through the 1,500s. It's difficult to train for. There's kind of different training methods you use to build an aerobic base, different training methods that you use to build explosive sprint power. Sometimes they're kind of counteractive to each other. So skaters that can kind of build that complete package are just always a threat. Kristen Santos Griswold is one of those skaters. Doesn't matter the distance, she's going to be in the run.
Kashima Mide at the front right now. She doesn't turn 21 until later on this month.
You know, one thing with short track speed skating, the individual races, 500 meter, 1,000 meter, 1,500 meter, are dramatically different than when you look at long track when you have skaters going from 5,000 to 10,000 a year. That's a very stark contrast. But here we're getting Florence Brunel attacking on the other side to get control of this race in the lead, and Kristen Santos Griswold reacting quickly to close that gap. She knows Florence Brunel is a skater she can't ignore. She wants to be well positioned near the front.
Askic of the Croatian Dalmatians doing a nice job to get up into third. Chloé Olivier of the French Roosters also right around there. Lam Ching-Yan trying to get back up into the conversation. Kashima perhaps slowing a little bit from being in the front for so long. There goes Santos Griswold on Brunel. The two of them really take control. There is a yellow dot in the corner. That's something that's going to be monitored there.
And we'll be looking at Olivier's pass on Askic on the inside. A couple laps previous.
Askic retakes third, and it's her on her own, and it's Kristen Santos Griswold just going to shoot early, comfortably over the line. Brunel right with her. Comprehensive professional performance from those two. Kashima going out early. Perhaps made to pay a little bit for those efforts. Santos Griswold just waited for her moment. And at first it was Brunel who really shook things up, and Santos Griswold knew that there was someone that she could follow, and the two of them essentially looked hard. Here's a look at what the incident is.
So Olivier making that inside pass, potential failure to give way as she's trying to work her way by Askish.
And comfortable. Very, very comfortable. Still taking a look at the first video board. I'm not sure anything's going to be done. There's nobody down at the video. They're going to punch in some results. So possibly yet another announcement. Let's go down to the ice level for an announcement.
After review, we have shared responsibility between skater 49 from France and number 54 from Croatia.
There you go. Shared responsibility. Nobody to be punished. And Askish in the end, even though she would have argued that she could have been bumped, she did recover and get up into third anyway. So 220.194. Now watching and waiting. This one is a pretty good heat coming up. Here's a look at the shared responsibility again. Short track way of saying, yeah, both of you are equally responsible for the incident there. Equally responsible to blame, whichever. But yes, look at this next heat. Hannah de Smet, the first look we get of her for the Ice Bear. Olga Tikhonova, Rebecca Shilice-Nemeth, Kim Boutin, Miroslava Selyakova, Svetlana Rapetska, and Ariana Fontana. Boutin, known for her starts in the 500 meters, jumping out quickly in this one.
Well, as you mentioned, Gavin, this is a bit of a stacked quarterfinal here. So, you know, these top skaters, they know it's, you know, top two for sure, and then they got to look at time. So if you feel like it's going to be a real battle with, you have Hannah de Smet, Kim Boutin, Ariana Fontana going for those top two positions, you may want to try to secure that time advancement by pushing the pace a little bit in the beginning.
Put that time in the bank. We've been talking about that. It's easier to put it in the bank than have to chase and turn it on late when you're already having lost a bunch of time. Fontana all the way around to the front.
And I think this is a little bit what Kim Boutin was hoping for. She wanted to get the pace going a little bit early, not dilly-daddle off the line, get the racing underway, keep that speed going, and then hoping for someone to take the lead, but she takes it right back. She wants to control this race.
Tikhonova sitting in third right now ahead of Shilice-Nemeth. De Smet never one to be afraid of chasing from behind. Currently sitting in fifth, but don't expect that to stay the same. Shilice-Nemeth a bump on Tikhonova. That one will be reviewed. She's up into third. That moves De Smet into fourth, and now she's eyeing more.
6 laps to go now. Let's still keep an eye on Hannah de Smet. Here she goes.
Around the outside, her and Fontana. And all the way to the front, Boutin into second.
Nice explosive outside pass by Hannah de Smet, not wasting any time. Doesn't want to get trapped on the outside. She knows that Kim Boutin and Ariana Fontana can respond quickly. They're both fast skaters.
Inside, 3 to go, and it is the big 3 in this heat starting to pull away. It's De Smet, it's Boutin, and it's Fontana, who we've seen her through several races today. She has not skipped a beat at all, has she? She's right there, but it's De Smet in control. Boutin spent a lot of time at the front, perhaps starting to fade a little bit, vulnerable to second. Here comes Fontana looking for second. It's De Smet who will take it, and it is Boutin. And then Fontana's time 2:19.60. That looks to be a pretty quick one, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that time looks good. You could see Fontana there starting to work a little bit at the end of the race. You know, Kim in front of her was staying 2 arms in the back. That's just kind of a sign that she's a little bit more comfortable, feeling a little bit more relaxed, or a little bit stronger at the end of the race. You know, Ariana Fontana, as we mentioned, has been doing a mixture of long track and short track, so she's still kind of fine-tuning herself, getting comfortable back on the short track ice here racing.
That's the incident getting looked at. Shilice Nemeth and Tikhonova. And I'm not sure that's gonna, reviewing if they've made a ruling. Here comes something coming in. Perhaps an announcement coming. We'll let you know. So that is heat 4 of 7. Top 3, I believe, should be pretty comfortable moving on. And here we go, down to the ice.
After a review, we gave a penalty to skater 4-1 from Hungary, and we advanced skater 38 from Kazakhstan.
There you go, penalty and an advancement. So Tikhonova moved in. Rebecca Shilice Nemeth is penalized, and so those third places are disappearing. Come up to, as we come up to those final heats, if they know there are so few spaces, might we see some, I mean, it would be slow racing, I guess, since they would just be going for the first two, not worrying about time.
That's right.
Late pass is the call. It's already out on the ice. Shimsoki, Elisa Konfortola, Madina Zambusnova, Eli, Alina Ashgalieva, and Hanna Sokolovska.
Asking the skaters to stand up. There's a bit of a delay before we can resume the racing, and we're seconds away from the start of the scene number 5.
So at this point, we've seen 3 advancements up to this point. So now we're really looking at the 2 fastest thirds. However, we still have 3 more heats to go here.
Go to the start. Ready.
Key always want to put her hand up in the air on the start line. Just letting us know where she is, right?
Well, I do like, she's identifying at the start of saying, hey, let me get my position ready. Let me get set on the line. Don't call ready yet. I'm just getting positioned.
Elisa Confortola, those Italian gladiators picking up gold in the women's relay last weekend.
So that lap was an 18.6 second lap. So really we're kind of putting time out of the time advancement, throwing out the window on this one. You've got to be top 2 here.
So you're saying I'd be close. Hang in there. We'll watch them wind this up really quickly. Zueli in front right now. Elisa Confortola from Sondalo, one of many skaters from the north of Italy. 22 years old. Of course, part of that building Italian program eyeing Milan Cortina. Now on the clock, now that the Paris Games have ended. But it is Madina Zambusnova at the front. Her teammate, Alina Ashgalieva, the Nomads,
Pace
at the front.
Pace is about to change here. You want to take advantage of the slow pace. Shimsoki doing just that. Still 8 laps to go.
Zoo now hitting the front. And it's Ashgalieva also, pardon me, it's Zambusnova, pardon me. Now business to start to pick up. Sokolovska enters the conversation now as she slots into second place, pushing Zoo a little bit.
Now in second position, patiently sitting in fourth.
Keeping an eye on Shim in 4th, Confortola in 5th.
Let's keep an eye on Shimsoki in 5th right now. She's capable of going all the way around the outside, but this started a little bit slower this race, so these skaters are gonna have a bit more energy for a faster finish, making a big outside maneuver all the more difficult. They're going in shoulder to shoulder. We got 2 skaters down.
Going in hard. It's Konfortova in front, it's Zhu in second. That is Sokolovska and Ashgalieva who went down. And one more for Konfortova. Shim with some work to do. Gets up into second, eyeing first as well. Shim and Konfortova going around to finish 1 and 2, and it's Shim taking it. Might there be even more advancements? Get a look at that as we review the race as well. We go through the highlights. Nicely done from Shim, biding her time, waiting until the decisive moment to take the lead. About everybody made a play for the lead early on. Different strategies. Konfortova then made the push. Like, there's the incident.
So these skaters are positioned 3rd and 4th. Positions 1 and 2 are really those guaranteed qualification spots. However, there is a possibility that 3rd is qualification spot on time. So we'll wait for the official result on this.
Looks like something is being punched into those boards down there. And we'll get the result confirmation coming up down to the ice.
After a review, we gave a penalty for skater 888 from Kazakhstan.
There you go, Ashgalieva is penalized. No advancements out of that though. And so it's Shim and Konfortova, and Zhu's time not quick enough to move her on. Get down to the final 2 heats. Gong Li, Danae Blais, as we look at the replay here. The late pass is the call right there on Ashgalieva. She will be penalized. So Gong Li, Danae Blais. First look at one of the Felzabor sisters this weekend. Michelle, the younger, Maya Somodi of the Falcons, Hyojin Kim of the Racing Roos, and Annabelle Green. Those last 2 coming through this morning's first session. Maybe not. What am I thinking of? They didn't come through a morning session. There was none for the women, was there?
I wasn't listening to your first question.
Oh, for some reason I mused that they came out of qualifiers this morning, but no, they didn't.
Some of them did. Some of these skaters were pre-qualified through.
What's the issue here? Well, we're all confused, so it's not just me. Of course, they're confused about other things. I did hear something bringing it back. No, there were just the heats in the men's 1500. I have no idea where that my brain got that from, that there was a women's heat. Let's get all on the same page here. It's because we did see them in other qualifiers this morning. That's where I got it from. And, well, what's going on here? We've never... Head to the lumberjack. I'm stumped.
Yeah, I didn't quite see. There might have been a skate clash. We see 2 skaters getting their blades checked. It is possible if there was a clash and a blade broke and then there was remnants of a blade on the ice, they could...
There was a whistle early on, but they just kind of kept on going.
Okay.
Not sure if they heard that whistle and then they brought them back again. So we're all going to take a second chance at this here.
Go to the start. Ready.
Gong, Blais, Felzabor, Somodi, Kim, and Green.
Six skaters on the track representing the Chinese hold. Number 17, Montreal.
And perhaps feeling that maybe those third place opportunities are quite unlikely, and so this looks like it's a race to be top 2, and the games are afoot.
Wearing number 12, representing the Dutch Lions, Michel Felzabor, 7th.
The chess match is underway here. Who wants to go to the front? Who wants to take the lead early?
When it's a 1500 and you're a Felzabor, known for your sprinting, you're more than happy to just coast your way through until everything starts to pick up. Blais also back there. Lap that ticks by just means the eventual eruption will be that much more pronounced. Now Blais goes. Now everybody tries to follow suit. Kim, Zhu. But it's Blais hitting the front. Michel Felzabor trailing by a little bit. Annabelle Green of the British Royals going shoulder to shoulder with Kim there. And Zhu goes back to the front.
Michel Felzabor staying very relaxed in the back of this pack. Waiting for her moment to strike. Danae Blais moving up into the lead here. 6 laps to go. Pace is really coming down now.
Danae Blais on the front. Zhu Li, pardon me, that's Gong Li on the front with her. Bill Blais really starting to, doesn't want to relinquish that front. She might have been a little more accepting of it earlier, but now she wants to control this. It's Blais and Gong. Here comes Felzabor with some work to do. It was a slow start, but now you'd have to like Felzabor's chances in position to crack the top 2.
Felzabor's got to keep using the speed that she's built up here. We're coming up on the bell lap right away. She still has work to do to get to the top 2 qualifying positions.
Somodi's right back there as well. Gong doing well defensively. Felzabor with some work to do. Blais on the front. She's going to try to leave it late and dash to the line. It's going to be Blais and Gong, 1 and 2. And the 2:42.07. So it's not the slowest one we've seen, but so few third place opportunities right now.
That will not cut it for a third place time advancement for Michel Felzabor. You know, I think if she were to have that back, she had a nice move on the outside to move up into third. She had some good speed going with her, but then when she came up into the back of Gong Li, she kind of relaxed, and she should have kept that attack going. I think that was her best opportunity to strike for the lead or get around the outside and kind of wrap into second there behind Danae Blais. We'll see if we get a review of that.
One of these races, learning opportunity. What can an athlete hear from the coach's box out there?
You don't hear too much. You know, the coach's box is quite close on the exit. The coach's box, you know, or they're a little bit higher up and behind. So in the past, you know, there was tactic coaches would use actually by displaying different hand signs. So those hand signs would be calls as to what to do to the skaters rather than yelling.
And Felzabor's time not good enough to move on. There's the last heat, another strong one as well with Sandra Felzabor. 2 golds last weekend. Gloria Ioriati, Hirai Emi, Natalia Malashevska, Holly Hoyland, and Gwendolyn Daudet. Start coming back to that coach's box.
Yeah, so the coaches will be sometimes gesturing hand signs to signal athletes, because if they're yelling at you, hey, pass on the outside, and everybody else is hearing it, the other athletes are aware of what you're going to be trying to do. So by changing it to call signs with hands, then that's another way that you can try to listen to your coach without having their feedback be called out to everybody else that you're competing against.
But what can you see when you're focusing on the crowded skaters around you?
Well, these are finely tuned athletes. So they're able to pay attention. They know when to look. They know where their coaches are standing. So it's just a quick glimpse. And usually it's just a hand. Maybe it's an open hand or a closed fist. Something to that effect that they can identify quickly.
It's Hoyland and Daudet at the front. Keep an eye behind them, though. A lot of firepower there.
Well, Zandra Velzebor is one of these skaters in contention for that overall Crystal Globe title, right? Phenomenal start to the World Tour for her with 2 victories. She's in tight against Kristen Santos Griswold, of course. Kim Geely also in the battle right now. Those would be our top 3 skaters on the women's side. So Zandra Velzebor wants to keep this momentum going through the 2nd World Tour stop.
Yoriati, one of the smaller skaters out there. A little compact dynamo. But yeah, it's and for Velzebor, this is one of those events that would not be to her forte, but if she can bank those points in an event that's not to her strength, all the better to those Crystal Globe chances.
Absolutely, and when you look at the Crystal Globe, best 15, for the overall, your best 15 finishes. So she can use a maximum of 6 500s, a maximum of 6,000. So she will have to use 3 1,500-meter events. She's going to want to count as many points in some of these 15s as possible. Here goes Zandra Velzebor on the outside.
Following Yoriati. Daudet a little squeezed in the middle there. Malashevska also in the mix. Here comes Kidai as well. And it's Yoriati, Zandra Velzebor at the front and opening up a gap. 2 to go. There is something that's going to get a look there.
I like the way that Zandra Velzebor followed Yoriati on the outside pass, but as she was coming up to her, she maintained that speed to go right to the lead.
And it's Zandra Velzebor, Gloria Yoriati, Hidai closing in on 3rd, making it close to the line, but she will get 3rd. 2:38.71 is the time. There will be something getting looked at there too.
Great effort by Hidai at the finish there, trying to sneak up on Yoriati to clinch that 2nd place finish. But just too much.
So done and dusted for those one. It looks like it's for an incident between Hoyland and Daudet. Not sure if that would affect the outcome. We'll see if they bump coming up on the relay, but it was those 2 in front. Hidai closing back up to make it a front 3. Malashevska sort of caught in the middle there for 4th. There is an announcement from the ice.
After a review, we gave a penalty for skater 84 from Great Britain.
There you have it. It's Hoyland who gets penalized. No advancements there out of it, though.
So Askic and Ariana Fontana going through on the time advancement.
Down to 2. And several advancements out of that. So they are into the semis. Repechage will be part of the morning tomorrow. There's the move. Inside skater failure to give way. It was the back of the pack, though. So it didn't affect any qualification positions.
Big 1,500-meter quarterfinal coming up on the men's side here.
One is certainly one to look at. Not bad as quarterfinals go. And there's, as we go through the list of qualifiers, we'll jump out in front and see who's in this first heat in the men's 1,500 quarters. 1st and 2nd from each race, and up to 5 of the fastest 3rd. So it's identical to the women's. And this one, well, William Dongenou. There's Iwasa Dan of the Japanese Ninjas, Sun Long, the Chinese Lungs, Andrew Hyo of the USA Eagles, Miyata Shogo of the Ninjas, and Felix Roussel. Good luck handicapping this one. Dongenou would perhaps be a favorite, but there are a lot of guys who can put up some results here.
Time now to move,
2 gold medals, already put him 2/3 of the way to the 3 he won on the old World Cup last season.
D'Angelo certainly came out flying last weekend. He is the man to beat right now. He's asserted himself, winning the 500, winning the 1500. He has a target on his back. All these skaters are watching him. Sun Long, reigning 1500-meter world champion. So we have some decorated skaters here. Felix Roussel, you know, incredibly versatile skater. He can move, he can pass, great top-end speed. Andrew Heo in the back there for the American Eagles, also one to watch. But this is a stacked quarterfinal here. For some good racing.
What's more interesting about D'Angenu's 2 gold medals is that it served notice that he is lethal in all 3 events.
Absolutely. As mentioned, like he's the threat. Everyone, if they see him in their quarterfinal, they're saying, oh man, why did I pull D'Angenu in my quarterfinal already?
Of course, Park Ji-won looking forward to the rematch potentially this weekend as D'Angenu hits the front ahead of Hyo.
Just incredible speed on the outside. Dropped that to an 8.8, but that was a very wide track that he skated an 8.8 on. So comfortable. D'Angenu is really a master of his track pattern. He can control his race. He's doing it right now. He can control a pack behind him, incredibly aware, so versatile when, you know, moving inside to outside. Very defensive skater in the lead. That's why he's so tough to beat.
Blades of Stealth, though, coming up. Miyata Shogo trying to go all the way around. He, in the end, has to slot into second as D'Angenu just upped the tempo to keep him out of the front. D'Angenu still in front. Miyata now trying to go on the inside. Not able to go. Roussel also there.
There, nice reaction from Roussel to move up and behind D'Angenu. Fellow Ice Maple on the track. But D'Angenu's track, just watching him skate, he is so controlled. His ability to be tight, swing wide, cut back in is unbelievable.
And it looks like it will be 1-2 for the Ice Maples. Hyo hanging on for 3rd, and Sun Long perhaps having to go through the repechage.
Yeah, Sun Long looked like he was struggling a little bit here. I don't necessarily think this is a an event that the Chinese long team has really, you know, focused on. They have a World Tour event coming to Beijing. Expect them to be incredibly dialed for that competition on their home ice.
Never mind the World Championships as well, measuring when they want to peak.
Absolutely. You know, it's a long season ahead. These skaters, they're managing their workload. They're still trying to build throughout the year. So you don't know what kind of, you know, training they've done entering these competitions, what their focus is. You know, that's their plan. They got a strategy. At one point this year, they're going to be in top form, though.
So it's the Ice Maples using that home ice advantage to their favor, going 1-2, both moving into the semifinals.
I know you're going to say it again, Tyler, you're just on repeat here, but William D'Angenu there again, just showing his proficiency on the track. He can control a race so well from the front, and he has the speed and he has the endurance. That's why he is such a threat out here.
Faced that challenge from Miyata and just decided to up the tempo and saying, I'm staying in the lead, don't you even dare. He too, he's not got the helmet on right now, but the Crystal Globe 2-time winner, the only ever men's Crystal Globe winner, Park Ji-won, headlining this one. But there's also Natalini, Vanit Wout, Akar, Nassan, and Pigeon. Park Ji-won losing in a photo finish to D'Angenu last weekend. Certainly like this to be him striking back, serving notice that he's not planning to roll over.
Very interesting to notice that they aren't either Kim Ki-lee or Park Ji-won wearing those helmets today. You know, only speculation on my part here, perhaps, you know, they don't want to wreck those helmets, they want to take care of them, want to put them on the shelf. It's kind of a trophy in itself to be awarded that helmet. You know, secondary, neither of them are leading the Crystal Globe standings right now. Perhaps they felt, hey, you know what? Unless I'm leading, I'm not going to wear that helmet.
We'll see if they're saving them for perhaps the afternoon sessions this weekend. But yeah, it's noticeable in its absence. Van het Wout, pretty tidy weekend last weekend, leading the way for the Dutch Lions right now.
Well, he had a phenomenal win in the 1,000-meter last weekend. Jens Van het Wout, he's skating extremely well. He has an incredible ability to get that left foot down early after the apex of the turn and just explode off that corner. And again, similar to Danjanu, very good with his track pattern control and managing the competitors behind him.
Matt Laney, we saw him this morning in the qualifiers. Felix Pigeon, the Canadian-born skater on the Hussars, and now Nassen also in there. Meanwhile, Park biding his time back there in 5th. Not really looking panicked at all as they come up to C6 to go, and now time to shift through the gears.
I like Natalini's strategy here, being at the front. He's got Park Ji-won and Jens Van het Wout. Here's a quick strike by Park Ji-won. These guys got to be paying attention because he's carrying a lot of speed.
All the way around to the lead, just like that, in the space of a lap from 4th or 5th up to 1st, and now Park has a chance to just take off into the distance. Jens Van het Wout hanging in there, trying to close it up a little bit for Carr of the Anatolian Par sitting right there. There's Natalini. It's anyone's guess behind Park, and now the gap comes down. We're going to come up to hear the bell. Van het Wout checks into the lead. Now he's going to try to push it. Park, a little wobble there in 2nd. Is that going to cost him much speed? Natalini trying to go around the outside. Can he make it stick for 2nd? It's going to be Van het Wout. It's going to be Park, 1 and 2.
Well, lots unfolding the final laps there. Beautiful outside pass by Jens Van het Wout on Park Ji-won. Not easy to do on the reigning world #1 Crystal Globe champion. Park Ji-won caught skates with Carr there on the exit. That kind of caused that stumble. Does lose him some speed, but he's able to defend. Natalini on the outside, looking to try to take him on the outside in the last corner.
Not a bad quarterfinal to have some of those guys there racing together. They'll get used to each other. There's lots more to come, not only this weekend, but the rest of the season. I don't think anything needed another look, so I think we are just going to press right on with number 3 of 7.
It's another replay of Jens Van het Wout making that outside move. You know what? I think he's really gaining some confidence after that win in the 1,000. I think that confidence is going to be building in him, knowing that he can compete and he can win these events. So he'll be watching him show down. Hopefully we get to see a matchup with him and William Danjanu. That's going to be a fun race.
Always nice to see these good skaters also peaking with confidence going head to head. We're in for a show this weekend. I mean, we know that going in, but it's just raising that anticipation, especially after the start we had last weekend. Whew, it's going to be fun. Here's heat number 3, Jung Sun Woo, Brendan Corey, Zdenek Sepal, Frey Van Dam, Yang Ching Rui, and Wara Van Dam, the 2 Van Dams from the Belgian Ice Bears.
So right now our 2 fastest thirds, we have Andrew Hio with a 2:18.1. That's a solid time. That potentially could hold up. Thomas Natalini with a 2:31.1. That's a little bit on the slower side of the 1500, so I'm not quite sure. And now we still have, what is this, 5 more quarterfinals to go.
Corey going to the front. He did that in the 500 earlier today. He didn't have a happy ending, but this is really more his wheelhouse.
I remind you that the first and second place skaters from each race, up from a maximum of 5.
And it certainly wasn't some of the more walking paces we've seen. They're pushing a little bit anyway.
It's not too slow, 12.6. I mean, for these guys, that's a very relaxed place, but you can already see the speed picking up a little bit here. 11.1, dropping down to the 10s here.
Ray Van Dam, the younger Van Dam, on the front. Zdenek Sapal was potentially an X factor, a guy who can get up there and mix it up. An eye on the back, Corey and Jung-Sun Woo. Of course, the longer you sit back there, the higher the risk that you're the victim of an incident.
Well, we're seeing a lot of interaction between the top 4 skaters, kind of going back and forth with each other, trying to control the race. That's cost them some energy. Here comes Brendan Corey on the outside. Nice wide speed track by Brendan Corey there. He's going to take it right to the front of this race.
And he takes over the lead as they see 5 laps to go. Keeping an eye to see if Jung-Sun Woo follows. Not as quickly. He has 3 skaters to go around, but now he goes. Round 1, around 2, around 3, and he'll tuck in behind Corey. And he's not done yet. Jung-Sun Woo hitting the front now.
Just carrying so much speed, just continue to move him right to the front of the lead, right in the front of the race. He's going to keep that momentum with 3 laps to go. Brendan Corey trying to track him down. Got to be top 2 here. Third may not be enough.
And it looks like these 2 are the class of this field anyway as they come up to the bell. It's Jung on the front. Corey looks like he has enough of a margin over the chasing group to take this one, and it's Jung and Brendan Corey. No reviews here. It looks like those 2 will head into the 7th semifinals.
A little bit of quicker time on that race. So Zdenek Sapal, he's going to be watching the clock. I think that time might move him into the top qualifying position right now for fastest third.
It is 2:17.712. He does have the possibility next to his name right now. You'll see the clock go up next to his name. Heats still to go, so a lot more possible. Corey and Jung really the class of that race. Confirmation of those results. There you have it. Top 2 automatic third. We'll now watch and wait. 3 to go. And this one, we're just not stopping. What? Just these overloaded heats. Stan Desmet, Rainis Berzins, Roberts Kruzbergs, Michał Nowinski, Benson Ogrady, and Murat Tatachi. Just, oh my.
Another great race coming up. Kruzberg showed his strength in the 1,000 meter to lead from the front, keep the pace high, making it difficult to pass. Let's see if he tries to do the same thing here today in the 1,000 or the 1,500 meter. Sorry, we were looking at
We're looking at the next team. We're getting carried away. I'm sorry,
anyway,
everybody.
This is Kim Gun-woo.
Once I saw the gold helmet, it was like, wait, what a minute, wait a minute. We'll go through the true list. 4 to go, not 3 to go. It's Kim Gun-woo, Pietro Segal, Adil Galiakhmatov, Oleg Hande, Friso Emons, and Jonas Hammermuller. Also a pretty strong quarterfinal.
Absolutely. Well, it just goes to show the depth right now that's coming up in short track across the world. We're in the quarterfinals, and we already picking out skaters that are incredibly talented. Kim Gun-woo wearing that gold helmet, number 4. He's one of those skaters.
In the Gladiator Azuri as well, never count out Segal. Emons has plenty of experience. Oleg Hande, just a scrappy skater, just in about every race he races in and has a whole lot of fight. Hammermuller, the German Wolves up there right now. Now it's Segal who goes to the front.
1,000 meter 2024 World
Kim Gun-woo sitting back in 5th right now. Adil Galiakhmatov with him. Now Kim, shoulder to shoulder, close quarters, and that cost him a lot of speed. Now Kim Gun-woo all the way to the back.
Yeah, Kim Gun-woo got really squeezed out there, had to ditch all his speed on the edge of the turn, puts him to the back of the race. But if anyone's capable of working their way up through the field, it's him.
Only up to C6 to go, plenty of time. He's right up on the tail. It's Siegel hitting the front.
Here comes Kim Gun-woo winding it up. Big, wide, outside speed track. Working his way around the outside. The skaters know what's coming. They're reacting. Siegel in the front, picking up the speed. Pushing Kim Gun-woo to the outside, but Kim Gun-woo tucks into second.
It's Siegel, it's Kim, and it's Amons. Oleg Hyundai also there, as is Galiakhmatov. So 5 skaters really pushing things right now. Kim did pick up a 1,500-meter win in Beijing last season, on his way to 4th in the Crystal Globe standings. But Amons, what's left in him? At the bell, it's Siegel, it's Kim, and it's Amons. Galiakhmatov getting up into 4th. Hyundai calling this one a day. It's Siegel still holding on, and Kim 1 and 2, and it's close for 3rd. Amons went down. Might have just gotten his boot over in time. We'll see.
You have to go to the photo finish for that one.
Now, it used to be you had to be in control crossing the line. Has there been a change? Because he certainly was falling when he crossed the line there.
It's now, you have to have your blade in contact with the line, or with the ice rather. You can't be kicking your foot up into the air. So that's where we see a lot of the skaters getting their, lifting their toes up, their heel of their blade, digging into the ice, but keeping contact with the ice. You do need to carry or maintain some control, but however, there's kind of some bumping, that the officials will see that, and they'll know it wasn't just you being chaotic across the line.
There's the judgment call. It looked like they were going shoulder to shoulder going in there.
But Siegel here, great race, getting to the front, controlling from the lead, seeing Kim Gun-woo, reacting to that outside pass by Kim Gun-woo, not giving it up, accelerating the speed, controlling the lead, taking it home right to the finish.
If we get a look at the photo, there it is. Amons, 3rd by that little margin. Siegel and Kim, though. 2:19.743 is the 3rd place time. Once again, he's sitting on the bubble. Don't think any incidents got reviewed there. And there we have it. Moving on, now it's the 5th heat. Now it's the one we were talking about. Stan Desmet and the 2 Golden Stars, Rainis Berzins, Roberts Kruzbergs, Michał Nivinsky, Benson Ogradi, and Murat Tatachi of the Anatolian Pars. And so lots to look for. Kruzbergs, of course, we know is strength in the 1,000. Nivinsky, we know in the 500, and now apparently the 1,000 after a medal last weekend. But then you have a guy like Desmet who really excels in this longer distance. He's actually getting a blade looked at as they get whistled to the line. Got to rush up there. He's going to make it, but that's somewhat unusual.
They're switching blades so often now. We used to not switch blades so often or so frequently throughout a competition. Got to make sure your bolts are tight.
How might this play out? Kruzbergs, we all know his ability to control at the front. Nivinsky will, of course, want to slow it down a little bit.
Yeah, my feeling here is Kruzbergs is going to be, relaxed here to start, but he's going to want to work his way to the lead as he's doing now. Maybe not to the front right away, but I think he's going to want to get there. Nowinski's thinking, hey, I'm going to jump on Kruzbergs when he goes to the front, because I know he's going to have the endurance and the speed to bring this to the finish line. So I think, Stein Desmet might be thinking the same thing. When is Kruzbergs going to go? It's probably going to go earlier than most. Maybe it's going to be at, 9, 8, 7 laps, and then we're going to jump on him. Here he goes to the front right now.
Both the Golden Stars streaking their way to the front. Berzins on the front right now. Both of those Latvian Golden Star skaters have international medals, and now Nowinski just gonna slow things down for a moment.
Krusbergs is one of those skaters too. He's training in Poland with the Polish short track team as well. So Nowinski very familiar with the strength of Krusbergs.
Berzins leading the way. Fascinating heat we have here, this 5th quarterfinal. Desmet stalking things in 3rd, not for long, all the way around to the front, and might he decide to hammer it now? No, looks like he's gonna stand up a little bit. Nowinski desperate to get onto his slipstream. There is gonna be a review. There's a little bit of a bump there.
So much jockeying for position here. Krusberg just trying to sneak in, trying to tuck his shoulder.
And it just cost him. And so that also knocks Nowinski back. And it's Desmet, Berzins, Nogrady now of the Falcons.
No shortage of action in this tight race. This field is just so competitive with each other. They know each other quite well.
So that first bump was cleared. That second one's probably going to take a bit of a longer review. It's Desmet in control right now. Berzins also there. Nowinski, nice move all the way up into 2nd.
Great work from Nowinski, bring himself all the way back where he was bumped out to the lead now.
Berzins gets bumped there, but it's Nowinski, another impressive win for the Polish Hussar. And Desmet into 2nd, and Nowinski, the confidence you can feel right now.
Well, just impressive race by him, because Nowinski was constantly battling up for the lead throughout the entire race. Krusbergs made that inside move, which bumped Nowinski all the way to the back. He picked his way all the way through to the field, back to the lead. You know, to be honest, I'm still a little surprised Krusberg didn't try to just outright get to the front and lead this race and own it, because he did that time and time again in the thousands last weekend. He really showed pulling a couple 123s. He has the strength and the stamina to do it. So
the first
another look.
Krusberg's almost diving the inside and almost just losing it on his own.
Nowinski, he just holds on to that one as he sneaks inside Stein Desmet there.
So what is under review? Lane change. That would be on Nowinski. And they are also looking at potentially the other way around as well. So both are under review there. And then Tatachi on Berzins. And so we always say the results are unofficial, but that move between Nowinski and Krusbergs both getting looked at, both the skaters who went in on that getting looked at. You can see them reviewing, rewinding, going into that one. It looks like a decision has been made. Results getting punched in.
So coming up next, we'll have the final decision from the chief referee, Mr. Michel Dumont, who had access to the video replay. Some actions to review with the...
Unlike last weekend where we were just scooting right along, plenty of reviews in this one today. And Nowinski's watching and waiting here nervously. Let's throw it down to the ice and hear what they have to say.
After a review, we give 2 penalties. First penalty, 1-8 from Poland, and we have another one for 141 for Turkey, and we have an advancement for number 19 from Latvia.
Go. Both incidents result in penalties. Nowinski, unfortunately for him, crossed the line first, not to be. He'll get penalized. That also results in Roberts Krusbergs getting advanced. And Murat Tatachi penalized, but that doesn't result in an advancement of Berzins. He's waiting as a 3rd place time. And so Nogrady sneaking his way through behind Stan Desmet. Here's a replay. outside to in the lane change. Going into the corner there, very tight. And this is the other one, the illegal late pass. All right, final two. Get a bit of a break. There's heat number 6, Li Wenlong, Itzhak Dalat, Clayton DiClemente, Tobias Wolf, Lucas Beckenhauser, and Jirka Bulan Shamukanov. DiClemente last week wasn't afraid to mix it up, and it'll be fun to see how he goes toe-to-toe with some of the guys in this heat. Have to handicap this race as well. Youngster, Tobias Wolf, got more experience in Itzhak Dalat. Speckenhauser, who has had some international success as well, so let's go. Let's see what we've got here. At the moment, Jirka Bulan Shamukanov on the front right now. Clemente, second.
Number 12, representing the Italian Gladiators, Lucas Beckenhauser.
Keeping an eye on those back two, Dalat, Speckenhauser. When they decide to open it up.
Dépassé maintenant de l'extérieur par l'Américain Clayton DiClemente qui a fait ses premiers tours de piste ici ce week-end. La deuxième tranche du circuit mondial ISU.
8 laps to go, still very relaxed pace here. 11 seconds on that lap. Expect things to escalate quickly here. Tobias Wolf to the front. Shamukanov trying to jump into second. DiClemente holding him off.
DiClemente, credit to him, taking that bump and staying on his feet and not losing his speed going out wide.
Let's keep an eye on the back here. Speckenhauser, Itzhak Dalat, 2 skaters who can strike. Speckenhauser is one to battle. He is a racer.
And it's DiClemente going to the front again. Wolf starting to fade a little bit. That time at the front really starting to take its toll. Coming up to 3 to go. DiClemente in front, Speckenhauser. Now he goes. Dalat going right with him.
I like this race by DiClemente. Can he keep this going with 2 laps to go? He's got some work left to do. Speckenhauser attacking on the outside, but he's got some ground to cover. DiClemente getting a bit of a gap on the pack here. Everyone's bottleneck into that corner.
It's DiClemente. The strategy pays off as the battling continues behind him. DiClemente with a very nice race win. Li Wenlong, I think, jumped up into second. Speckenhauser coming up just short in third.
Speckenhauser maybe just waiting a little bit too long. You know, I think he's very confident, he's very capable, but with that slower start, fresher legs for everybody at the end of the race, that's gonna mean a higher pace, more difficulty to pass.
And that little bit of daylight, DiClemente, as some of the perhaps more fancied skaters, your Dalats and your Speckenhauser, had traffic in front to get around. DiClemente in clear air and able to put in that little bit of a gap that allowed him to stay away.
Well, DiClemente just did a good job of keeping near the front, being ready to strike, and when he did, he made it quick, he made it effective, got that space he needed.
And into the semis, I don't think anything there is getting another look. So 2:23.012 is Speckenhauser's third place time. That knocks out Rainus Berzin's third place time there, I believe. There you have it. Good win for the USA Eagle. Another interesting one here. We have Niall Tracy of the British Eagles, Stephen Dubois, Zhu Yiding, Liu Zhanshuo of the Hong Kong Ice Chillins, Liam O'Brien of the Wolfhounds and Brandon Kim of the Eagles. Tracy, ranked 9th in this distance right now. Dubois ranked 10th.
Tracy really likes to skate from the front in these 1500s. Likes to keep the pace moving a little bit. A lot of speed, a lot of endurance for this skater. Stephen Dubois, very adaptive passing. I think he's going to be content to sit in second for a little bit. Unless there's some drama unfolding, he's going to jump to the front. But he knows Niall Tracy likes to lead and has the stamina to do it.
Dubois won a bronze medal last weekend as it was 1, 2, 3 in the last year's Crystal Globe standings on the podium. Not in that order, but Tracy finished second in the B final. Putting together some results for these British Royals.
This race is a little bit quicker than the last one, so that third spot could be in contention for that time advancement. Luca Speckenhauser is on the bubble right now.
And there's a move all the way up to second place. That's Zhu Yiding into second. Tracy, as Tyler mentioned, likes to get to the front, ramping up the speed, trying to keep them off his back for as long as possible. It's a lot of energy being spent though when you're on the front. Now he has a chance perhaps to conserve a little bit if there's anything left in the legs behind Zhu.
I think let's watch to see if Niall Tracy tries to take the lead back, because Stephen Dubois will try to capitalize on that. Here it is right now. Niall Tracy moving out. Dubois has to swing so deep to avoid that fall by Tracy. He's got some work now.
And that's one where he would not get advanced if there's anything. He was just caught out, the victim a little bit. What a move by Dubois to get up into second.
Carries that speed wide right to the front.
All the way around. No panic from this man, the Canadian veteran, multiple-time national champion. There is going to be a review, but I don't think that affects him at all.
You know, unfortunate slip from Tracy there. He was making a nice inside move. Just kind of got out of sorts there, lost his balance, spun out of the straightaway. We'll go back to watch that on replay. We do have a yellow mark on the screen identifying there will be a review.
After this, we do have a resurface. Back for the 500-meter heats, but we'll see what happens with Tracy when he got around. That's when Zhu hit the front. And Tracy had sized him up to make that move, and there it is, right there.
Yeah, he just got caught. His feet were a little bit wide there, kind of got caught in the middle, gets unbalanced, and then just spins out.
Then Dubois panic stations for just a little moment, but
well, it was a great job for Dubois to stay relaxed, see Tracy going down, evade that maneuver, be confident in himself that he can make that ground up.
Speaking with the official, not sure what that's about. I'll just wait for the results to be made official. And they are now official. Dubois and Zhu 1 and 2. Lu Jianshuo does get third as one of the qualifiers. It's one of those third place times. Lucas Speckenhauser, who was on the bubble, is not going to move on, and so they'll have to go through repêchages tomorrow. And as you look at the qualifiers, take a look. They're going to resurface and we'll be back in. Usually they're bound just over 10 minutes, but 500-meter heats coming up after this break. Felzabor picked up a win last weekend in this distance. Certainly she's the favorite, but position 3, Kim Gi-lee. Maybe not her preferred choice, but always dangerous. Also here, Yelizaveta Sidorko of the Wildcats, Gwendolyn Daudet of the Roosters, and Katarina Buric of the Dalmatians. And it's Sandra Felzabor into the corner. Sidorko chasing her, but Kim, well, she's got some work to do. Let's just go through how many heats there are. 8 first and second place go on, and up to the fastest 2 third place skaters. But it's Felzabor in front, as she does so often.
Kim Gi-lee doing a great job getting those 2 crossovers in on those previous laps to try to close that gap. Felzabor with an 8.6 second lap time, same for Kim Gi-lee.
And it's Felzabor going wire to wire, and Kim closing things up. It doesn't gonna matter. Felzabor through, no reviews. So the 2 maybe favored skaters going through there. As I mentioned, maximum of 2 fastest third place skaters, but we've seen plenty of advancements so far today. So when it's 2 spots in 8 heats, you are living life dangerously. So the face shield, I believe, still unbeaten right now in the 500 meters.
It is.
Love to know if there's anything beyond the obvious safety component.
We haven't seen any other skaters put the face shield on yet, though.
Not yet.
The trend hasn't hit.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if anyone is purchasing some time in the wind tunnel to see if it does anything. Heat number 2. Wang Ye, Gabriela Topolska, Petra Yashapati, Chloe Olivier, and Ksenia Adamenko. A good start out of position 3 for Petra Yashapati to jump up into second at the expense of Gabriela Topolska. It's Wang in front right now as they string things out.
Yashapati with a little bit of a slip on that exit. I was about to say she's been doing a good job of keeping Wang Yi in check, but that slip costs you. You just lose a little bit of speed, and that will increase the gap. She's going to try to close that down.
Opens things up for Topolska a little bit, but I think she's just got too far to go. It's Wang in front. Yashapati closing things back up again. It will be those 2, and then Topolska crossing with a 44.22. So it looks like that's a little bit slower than the time set by Sidorko in heat number 1, but another clean race, and so hope springs eternal for those who finish in 3rd place. But confident from Wang going wire to wire out of position number 1. Nothing got a second look there, and so press right along. There are the results. Gabriela Topolska now as the faster of the 3rd place times. The rest looks like it's repechage bound. Heat number 3 as the younger of the Felzabors. This is Michelle, also sporting the face shield. Nicolas Mazur of the Polish Hussars, Zhang Chutong of the Lungs, Nakashi Mamire of the Ninjas, and Tineke Dendulk of the Ice Bears. Velzebor in the final last weekend in the 500 meters had that face shield knocked off going into the first corner.
Not quite the gap off the start that she's typically used to having. Mazur right on her tail right there, looking to set up on the inside.
Very tight, and she's through. Nicely done from Mazur, and the door's open for Zhang too, but look at that. Velzebor strikes back.
That was so tight on the entry. Mazur just couldn't hold the exit. Michelle Velzebor was able to jump back up the inside, regain control of this race.
And look out for Zhang. Now she's going around the outside, slotting into second, but just goes way wide on the corner, and it's close for second. Mazur takes the spill. It's Velzebor we know, and yeah, it is Nicolas Mazur going into second place. Worth it to take that spill and knowing she's moving on. Potentially, nobody's getting reviewed, I don't think, right now. Looking odds on to go to the quarters.
Just got to watch at the end of those straightaways there, because that's where the track stewards hang out, is in that corner, because typically there's not many skaters falling out wide into the corner. So one of the track stewards having to jump out of the way. That was a little bit of a quicker time there. Zhang with a 43.5 in third place. We'll see if that holds up. Zhang had nice speed at the end. If she could have kept those feet crossing over, maybe kept it a little bit wider on that last corner, she might have been able to sneak into second there. Here's a look at that inside pass by Mazur. Michelle Velzebor stays patient, stays wide to cut it right back in on the exit. Here's Zhang on the outside. Just couldn't get any crossover, get any speed on that last wide corner.
Close for second. But another Velzebor family victory. Michelle going through. Think of the strength of that team if you have Selma Poutsma and Susanne Schulting there. No offense to some of the younger skaters, but that is a potent combination. Velzebor, Mazur, and Zhang now 43.503. No shortage of talent in the next heat either. It's got Hanna de Smet, who did pick up a medal last week as number of tumbles went down in one of her races that saw her pick up a bronze medal. Choi Min Jong, position 2, Corin Stoddart of the United States of the Eagles, Malika Yermak of the Nomads, and Lisa Eckstein of the German Wolves. It was de Smet in the 500 last week feels like yesterday. Michelle Velzebor and I believe it was Florence Brunel, or was it Kim Boutin, crashing in on the final lap, and de Smet gladly stayed on her blades and picked up a bronze medal in the 500. Florence Brunel. Let's get to the race.
As mentioned, Gavin, this is a tough field in this 500 meter. Hanna de Smet off to the early lead. Choi Min Jong, though, quick inside pass, pushing out wide, still building speed here. And Corey Stoddart tracking those two down. This is going to be a tight race.
De Smet, of course, known maybe more for the 1500, but she can mix it up in any race. Hanging around right now is Malika Yermak, but it's looking like it's the front three. It's Choi, de Smet, and Stoddart. Quick heat as well. Anybody sizing up a move? Stoddart looking around the outside. Is she setting something up on the inside at the line? No, she's not. It's Choi, it's de Smet, and it's Stoddart. 42.84, the Stoddart time there.
Well, that's a quick race. I think that time's going to be enough for Stoddart to get through in a fastest third, potentially, as long as we don't get too many advancements. No advancements yet, but that was a tough field. Choi Min Jong, great pass on the inside after this opening lap in the start, and then Hannah DeSmet controlling from second here. So she really did a good defense, being tight here. There was nowhere for Corey Stoddard to go. Tight on the exit, nowhere to go. Then DeSmet's moving out wide, defending the outside, staying tight on the entry. Corey Stoddard at that speed kind of had her hands tied, did what she could.
Another clean race as well.
Representing the Japanese ninja, the Italian gladiators, number 1.
And as always in this race, not time to draw breath in these 500 meters because there's a lot more to come. There's Choi DeSmet through Stoddard, one of the faster times we've seen so far. In the next heat, well, it has the world champion Kim Boutin, Sofia Konya of the Falcons, and then Ariana Fontana, who has had a pretty peerless return so far today. Kurokawa Ki of the Ninjas and Zeynep Kumarkan of the Nomads. Boutin in position 1, watch her start. Fontana in position 3. Bang into the corner first. It's a battle for second right now, but now Fontana, can she hang on? Not just yet. Good defense from Konya so far. Now it's Fontana's second place.
Great work from Fontana on the outside there, not backing down, keeping her feet moving on the outside, building speed, able to tuck in that second place position, and now try to track down the world champion, Kim Boutin.
Maybe a half a stride off right now as there's that gap for second, but Fontana has the base to really maybe make a run. We know that sharpness will come, but it's Kim Boutin leading wire to wire. Fontana in second, Kurokawa coming up for third.
Unofficially a 42.5 from Kim Boutin. That's the fastest 500 we've seen today.
Fontana moving on in just every single distance she's done so far. Sharpness is there.
Fontana's just able to keep her feet moving on the outside, not locking up, not dumping any speed. You've got to be pushing. You don't want to find yourself gliding. As soon as you're gliding, you're decelerating. So if you're at a point you just got 2 feet on the ice and you're just kind of holding it there, you're just slowing down. On the corners, you got to be able to keep pushing those feet through underneath you to keep that speed building.
Another one without review onto the quarterfinals. And the time from Kurokawa not good enough to get into the top 3 there. Boutin and Fontana, the only 2 to go through. Another good heat coming up. Shim Soo-ki, Ricky Doak, Kamila Stormovska, Valentina Askic, and Hyo Jin Kim. There's a white tiger, an ice maple, a hussar, a Dalmatian, and a racing roo. Nice break into the corner by Ricky Doak to get into the lead out of position 2.
Ricky Doak, really a 500-meter skater, explosive power off the start line. She's used to leading these races out, winning those starts. Now she's going to control this race.
Stormovska and Shim right on her tail. Askic trying to close that gap. We lost Kim, but it's still the front 3 really in close quarters. Stormovska's into second. Maybe weighing up a move up the inside. There goes Stormovska. Can she make it stick? Yes. But biting back. Here comes Doak taking it back. Shim trying to also squeeze through. 3 in the corner. It's Doak emerging victorious. Askic made it close. A fun race though.
Yeah, that was a great race there. Stormovska picking her way through the pack. I like her being aggressive, trying to get to the lead. White couldn't hold that exit. Ricky Doak able to get back into the first position, but Stormovska getting ahead of Shim Soo-ki there. No easy feat. Well skated by her. Now we've got to pay attention at these times. I'm not sure if you saw the finishing times there, but right now we have Corey Stoddard sitting in a time qualification with a 42.8, and then Zhang with a 43.5. That race felt quicker to me.
All I remember is that it was a 40-something.
43.4. Right now it looks like it's going to be Shim Soo-Kee's time, so she's moving into one of those time qualifications, but no guarantees.
Couple more heats to go. Can't confirm anything just yet. Another clean race. And Doak coming away with a battling victory in heat number 6. 2 to go. This one also lots to watch. Wang Xinran, Kristen Santos Griswold, Betty Muska, Ariana Siegel, and Annabelle Green.
Ricky Doak in that last race, she did a really good job. Once she had control of the race in the lead, she wasn't panicking, she wasn't tightening up her track. She's doing a great job of staying wide, getting 2 crossovers in to keep the speed high. What you don't want to do is get tense, tighten up your entries, ditch a lot of speed with a big pivot. She was able to stay relaxed, keep a nice wide speed track.
Betty Muska. Another heat with 5 skaters. 2 to go. It's Kristen Santos Griswold in the tumble. Kind of familiar territory for her. She did a couple last week where I think one race took about 3 different times to go.
See if these skaters jump over, looking to see their coaches, get their blades checked up.
Kind of on her own, and if they'd all gone clean, I'm not sure if that one would have been called back, but Annabelle Green got caught up in that. So the Crystal Globe leader will get a look at the blades. Never mind the tumbles that she had in one of her 500 heats. There was that massive speed wobble in the final where I thought she would have had it coming out of the final stretch. That was the 500-meter final. But she had the beating, I think, of Sandra Velsborg coming out of the turn, taking that inside line, but then she made that stride and was just going so fast. There's that really obvious speed wobble that I've never really seen before.
I think she just kind of found herself on the flat, kind of catching the outside, a little bit unbalanced, and then just getting that speed wobble, losing that little bit of control. What impresses me so much about these athletes is their ability to just completely swap out a blade, put in a new blade, and get back on the ice and put that out of their mind, being that they haven't skated on that blade. And no matter what you do as perfect as a mirror image, you try to recreate your spare blades to be your primary racing blades, it's never quite the same. But these athletes are just do such a great job of managing that mentally that they put it out of their mind and say, hey, I'm going for it.
Still some work getting done.
I think one thing too, that they've become so accustomed to swapping blades, I'm sure of it, that they're probably more frequently in practices switching blades practice to practice, so they have a familiarity with each blade. Back when, you know, I used to skate short track ages ago, we would have our one primary set of blades. That was our go-to blades. We tried to do everything on that. We would have spare blades, but they were typically just our old blades that we didn't no longer use, and maybe we hadn't put them on in a few months. So when you make that switch, you would feel quite uncomfortable. So I think that's part of the evolution of the sport, is that ability to swap out blades and be comfortable immediately. Great start by Annabelle Green on the outside.
Everybody through on the second time of asking. Green from position 5 up into 3rd place. It's Wang, it's Santos Griswold. It is the aforementioned Annabelle Green. Ariana Siegel with some work to do in 4th. She's closing up a little bit as Santos Griswold goes for the lead. Siegel up into 3rd.
Kristen Santos Griswold just flying on the outside. To do an outside pass at top speed like this is just phenomenal. She didn't even have to put her hand down there. She just battled it through, powered right through on that brand new blade that we just talked about. She hadn't even got a warm-up lap in on it.
She takes control. Once she grabbed that by the scruff of the neck, she was off and away. Seagal gets up for second, Wang for third. Annabelle Green not able to hold on after that good start, but certainly when you have a jump like that, it's means for encouragement.
So we're going into our final quarterfinal of the 500 meter here, or the heats rather, for the 500 meter. Looking at those qualifying times, we still have Corey Starter with a 42.8 and Shim Suk Hee with a 43.4 going to this last 500 meter heat for the women.
Another clean race, no advancements needed. There was Seagal's move, had a bit of a slow start, but clawed her way back to pick up a good second place performance to move into the quarterfinals. And one more to go. As you see the results, Wang's time not good enough to move on, a 44.052. And the 8th heat, we'll see Chiara Betti of the Gladiators, Florence Brunel of the Ice Maples, Barbara Somogi of the Falcons, Holly Hoyland of the Royals, and Yana Khan of the Nomads. Khan had a good race earlier today.
Yeah, the Nomad team is skating quite well. I'm really impressed by the depth that they're growing on their team, especially on the women's side.
It's one of those sides that really is sending the numbers, whereas you see a couple maybe with a handful of men and fewer women, but the Nomads are really coming in numbers.
Go to the start. Ready.
So if you notice, Florence Brunel and Chiara Betti on the start line right next to each other, both start with the opposing foot forward, but when they're doing it here, their feet are stepping towards each other. So it makes those starts quite difficult for those two because their feet are so tight together.
All looking good for Brunel off the line. She was 5th. Had a collision going into the final corner a week ago, out to avenge that a little bit. Betti holding off the chasing pack. Somogi going in and Betti also going one, but there's Yara Khan coming up for second place. Yana Khan, pardon me, and it's Brunel taking it, Khan second. Hoyland's gonna be third over the line, but for the first time, we're gonna get a review of this women's 500 meters. And Betti grabbing her shoulder a little bit.
Well, we'll keep an eye on the officials here. We have a marker that they're going to go look to do a review. No advancements yet in this 500 meter heat grouping. We'll see what impact this has on who goes through to the next round.
Off the line, it was Brunel going from position 2. The incident right here, Betti going out wide. That's, I think, where the shoulder injury comes, when she fell into the boards there. She is off, she's sort of moving it around. But it's Brunel we know, and they're taking a look at that other incident. It's Yana Khan for the Nomads jumping up across the line second. Side skater failure to give way is what's being investigated. That's possible for Somogi. And down to the ice for an announcement.
After a review, we gave a penalty for skater 69 from Hungary. And we have an advancement for skater number 23 from Italy.
There you have it. Somogi is penalized. Betti will move on, and now potentially a chance to recover a little bit with the 500s going this weekend. There's the result. Somogi penalized, Betti advancing. That's it for the women's 500 meters. It was largely clean until that last race. And we'll get a look at the incident here. Failure to give way Betty was a little bit in front going into that corner. Jumping right on into the men's 500 meters quarterfinals. See the start list there. Dubois, Miata, Park is right there as well. Peter Yashapati and Dan Koss. Koss turned a few heads last weekend as well with some sharp racing. So quarterfinal, or a heat rather, not bad. Into the corner first. Pretty much everyone as they were on the line, 1 through 5, and it's an early gap. Miata nicely up behind Dubois, Park having to close, perhaps just gaining some speed to prepare for a bit of a move.
Miata's going to try to hold on to that track to Stephen Dubois because Park Ji-won will capitalize on any openings that you leave.
It's Dubois leading the way at the bell. Miata, Park is sizing up a move. Here goes Park now. Is he going to make it stick on the inside? No, not the right choice in the end, and it's Dubois and Miata. And it was close. Yashapati made it close, but Park, maybe not the right choice there to jump on the inside.
Yeah, that's a tough one. You know, going to the last lap, he finally got himself into contention. Miata actually, he did enter a little bit tight on the end, the corner entry of that second last turn. However, he was able to hold it a little bit better on the exit. We had a few times that he was kind of drifting out after the exit, so had he done that again, Park Ji-won really could have capitalized on it, but Miata was able to hold it. Park Ji-won looking up the inside, nothing was there. At that point, yeah, if he stuck to the outside, maybe he could have kept some speed going and bettered his finishing time because same advancements from the women's heats. They're going to be taking the 2 fastest third places, again, considering advancements. So we will wait to see if Park Ji-won's time of 40.719 will hold up.
So we'll wait to see if the short track maestro will move on 40.719. But Dubois comfortably through. Miata, a good race from him as well. Moving on to heat number 2. Again, this is just a heat. Some big names: Dennis Nikisha, Reynes Berzins, Jung-Sun Woo, Quentin Fercoq, and Furkan Akar. There's Dennis Nikisha, who I believe his first 500-meter World Cup win came a couple years ago on home ice in Astana. He was the one who also picked up a medal at the World Championships last year.
Silver medal.
Silver medal, got the flag. Dreams do come true. Didn't see him really at his best last weekend, but these guys can come on at any moment. These sprinters, these powerful, powerful guys.
Well, Dennis Nikisha, his start is so powerful, so quick. He's always in contention because you could expect him in the top 2 positions off that start. I expect with him on the first lane, he's going to be number 1 at the corner and number 1 coming out of that corner. And if you have that early lead, that makes all the difference.
Doing some ice repairs at the moment. Good to go now as the 5 men come to the line.
Go to the start. Red.
Nikisha first off the line into that corner. Berzins there, Fercoq is there. Jung slips to 4th, and Fercoq nice move up into 2nd early.
Takes the lead right behind him. Is
There's Nikisha building that gap off that start.
Fercoq a battle for 2nd. Berzins was up originally. Berzins did go down there.
Nice inside pass by Akar.
At the bell, Nikisha burst off the line. Well in charge, Jung trying to get up into third, and it's Nikisha, Akar, and Jung getting up to third.
Carr just holding on, broke out of the ice in that last corner exit, able to stay on his feet.
Dennis Nikisha, perhaps rounding into form, going wire to wire. Started with a explosion out of the gun, and he never looked back.
Great look at the start of Dennis Nikisha. He's able to sit so low. He gets so much power. He's such a strong skater, so even from a low 90-degree angle, he can still explode off of that push.
There's the incident with Berezins going down. I think it was on his own. I don't think that was getting reviewed.
Let's look at a car on the exit, just losing on his right foot, but he saves it.
Nice for him to move into the quarterfinals. Carr just 22 years old. There you have it. Jung 40.914 now. We'll wait and see.
So 22 years old, you said for Carr was?
Turned it in March, if I'm not mistaken.
Impressive. He's got a lot of time ahead of him. Strong young skater.
Heat number 3, headlined by Jordan Pierre-Gilles. Who's shown his ability in the 500s, trying to extend that into become more of a 1,000-meter skater as well. But he has some pretty raw horsepower. Jens Van het Wout also in this race. Abzal Ajgaliev, Kyle Ross-Waddell of the British Royals, and Radek Fajkus of the Czech Ice Spiders. But watch out, position 1 with Jordan Pierre-Gilles, 26 years old, pardon me, from Sherbrooke.
Go to the start. Red.
Good start for Pierre-Gilles, a good start for Ajgaliev as well. Van het Wout now having to chase a little bit from third.
Jordan Pierre-Gilles is used to controlling these 500 meters from the front, but he's going to have a challenge because in behind him is Jens Van het Wout in third. We'll be watching him come towards the final 2 laps of this race.
Really a battle between the 3. Here comes Jens Van het Wout getting into second, eyeing the lead at the bell. He goes up the outside. Is he sizing up something on the inside, perhaps? Leaving it to Jordan Pierre-Gilles, and Pierre-Gilles goes down.
And that's going to be frustrating for Jordan Pierre-Gilles. He was in complete control of that race. Jens Van het Wout was kind of looking at it, but he realized, you know what, I'm in second. I don't think I'm going to get a nice clean pass here. I'm just going to take that second place advancement to the finish. But Jordan Pierre-Gilles, block 6 on that corner, just going down.
See him shouting at himself as he was going down. Just a bit of shock and dismay, I have no doubt. He spent some time there on the boards. He's fine, but
well,
a little bit of heartbreak for him.
If you just have, you know, a momentary lapse of relaxation, saying, okay, I'm comfortable here, I'm just going to get it to the line. You just, for 1 split second, if you just relax, you can go down like that.
If we have it, here is coming on the final turn.
Oh, his left knee catches the apex block, and that's just enough to set him off balance. They're leaning so much.
He was almost standing up by the time he got the boards. So he does get the, you know, fortunately for Ice Maples fans, he does get that second shot through the repechage. Van het Wout and Ajgaliev, Kyle Ross-Waddell's time will not be fast enough. Only up to 2 of the fastest third places will move on. Heat number 4, Stan de Smet, Thomas Natalini, Niall Tracy, Lucas McDonald, Yokoyama Hiroki.
before the race has been called back. Some contact.
Back.
That very first.
Would it have been contact?
I think there might have been contact between Stein Smith and Thomas Natalini there, causing Natalini to stumble a little bit.
But he did get through the corners. There's always the wonder. False start, but he was better looking. Oh, he stumbled off the line.
Yeah, they still want a clean start.
But it was on his own. Or maybe there was a bump that we might have missed, but
it happened so fast, just those contact with the blades.
Yeah. Chance to work through some of the tactics.
Getting some quick pointers from his coach, Maggie.
Yokoyama getting the blades as well. He also didn't look comfortable around the corner. Yoki, 30-year-old Kobe. Natalini. Might see him in relay action this afternoon as well. And back we go. Take two.
Go to the start. Red.
Take two of this number 4
Not gonna do it this time,
called back once again.
as it was Yokoyama and McDonald going shoulder to shoulder. McDonald goes off balance.
I can't believe McDonald's dead on his feet there. A little hook inside the blocks. From where we're sitting, we can actually see the marks of his blades just cutting it and hooking there at block 3 on the track.
Tight angle.
See if we can get a view of that again here.
Bump. Sweeps the leg. To the strength in those legs. All right. Let's see if third time's the charm.
Go to the start. Go to the start.
Hold your breath. Everybody's through this time. It's DeSmet emerging in the lead when all the dust settles. Tracy in second, but here comes Natalini up into second with the inside move. Still DeSmet leading the way. It looks like it's DeSmet, and there is an incident down there. We've lost Yokoyama and Tracy. At the bell, it's DeSmet and Natalini 1 and 2. Lucas McDonald looks like he will finish there. Natalini's pushing for the lead. Time is important for seeding purposes. Time and finish. Whew, look at that at the line.
A close finish. Natalini, great job of staying with it on the outside of that last turn. Not dumping any speed. Making sure he's staying clean with Stein DeSmet. Applying some pressure from the outside, but building off that turn. We're gonna have to go to the photo finish, but I do think Natalini got that one at the line. We'll have to see a replay here of where Tracy goes down.
Him and Yokoyama in the same incident. Like, it was in front of us here on the start-finish line.
Al Tracy just kind of loses edge on the right
Both
foot, and
of
then
them do.
Yeah, same thing for Yokoyama. You know, Yokoyama probably saw Tracy in front of him go off. He kind of hesitated, okay, make sure I don't get caught up in that. And then when he goes to regain control, he loses it. There's Natalini.
Natalini finishing in first. McDonald's time won't be good enough as one of the third place finishers.
So we're halfway through these 500-meter heats. Still no advancements to this point. We have Park Ji-won sitting in a time advancement position with a 40.71 and Jang Sung-woo with a 40.91.
Number 5 coming up, we have Michal Nivinsky. After seeing him in the 1500 not too long ago, perhaps more in his element here in the 5. Brandon Kim of the Eagles, Kim Tae-sung of the White Tigers, Oleg Hande of the Wildcats, and Matsubayashi Yui of the Ninjas. Here's a look at Kim Tae-sung.
I've seen a few skaters having issues coming off the exit of this turn. Jordan Pierre-Gilles, Niall Tracy, Furkan Akar when his race stayed on his feet. Yokoyama there.
What might cause it when a few skaters go in the same area? Because they're all on the same ice, essentially.
Could be some ruts forming down there on the ice.
A couple more races until we do get a flood.
Go to the start. Red.
First into the corner.
Fantastic start from Brandon Kim.
Nivinsky chasing him, and Kim Tae-sung, the former world junior champion in this distance, but Brandon Kim, nicely done by the young man, has a bit of an advantage. Nivinsky chasing him down. Hasn't been able to make the move. Now he sets it up to go on the inside.
Beautiful, beautiful execution by Nowinski there on that wide entry, tight exit pass.
And it's the 2 out in front. Good skate by the young American, and Kim looking like he will get second behind Nivinsky. But even with that penalty earlier, Nivinsky looks like he's skating with confidence now.
He does. He even had a gap open up on Brandon Kim. He stayed relaxed, closed that gap, let his speed carry him wide to set up that wide to tight inside pass maneuver. Well skated. That was a quicker race too. I think actually Kim Tae-sung might knock out his teammate Jang Sung-woo, who's was in the time qualifying position. That's the fastest heat we've seen today.
So the Hussars, the standard bearer for that team. Moving on. So Brandon Kim Tae-sung, 40.821 is that official time for third. As we approach the final 3 races here. Heat number 6, another one of the Eagles. Andrew Hyo, as well as Liu Shaolin, Roberts Kreuzbergs, Martin Kolench, and Lorenzo Previtali of the Gladiators.
Go to the start. Red.
Heat 6 of the men 500 meter. Again, the first and
Looks
second
like
place
Kreuzbergs was going to jump to the front, but Hyo does a nice job in position 1 to take it away from him. But the USA Eagles have a couple men going on here. There's Kreuzbergs, and then also you have to watch out for Liu.
Tight exit. Whoa, nice wide deep entry by Andrew Hyo there on Kreuzbergs. Really affecting the speed of Kreuzbergs, who was looking to make a pass, trying to set up again. Liu Shaolin coming up third.
That's really tightened things up, but Hyo gonna lead this one just ahead of Kreuzbergs, and another good skate from the USA Eagles men as Andrew Hyo takes that one with Kreuzbergs in second.
Well, a really defining moment there was that wide track entry by Andrew Hyo on Robert Kreuzbergs. As Kreuzbergs was looking to set him up, let's just take a moment here, wait for a replay on that corner entry But good defense by Andrew Hugh off the start to hold his position. Kreuzberg, as you mentioned, was kind of taking a look at it, but said, hey, I'm just going to tuck in a second here and then wait to make a move. And then as he's setting it up, hopefully we get a replay here. Well, we're not going to get the replay that we were hoping to see, but that's all right.
There is Hughes. That close for second. A matter of, let's say, 15 thousandths of a second. And Hyo joins his teammate as a race winner. Actually, pardon me, second place, still advancing. So 2 to go. After seeing Liu Shaolin come in third, there you go, 41.091. That won't be good enough, and so to the repechage he goes. Next heat, skaters already on the ice. Pietro Siegel, Lin Xiaojun, DNA Cillier, Peter Grosclose, and Joshua Ka. Another race with a lot of potential storylines here. See if that young exuberance of Peter Grosclose pushes him up to some of those more experienced skaters again. He's shown really no fear.
This could be a very interesting race. Cellier, who's starting in third position, has a very quick start. See if he can capitalize on that to try to get out front right off the gun. But Lin Xiaojun, reigning 500-meter world champion, and Pietro Siegel, incredible skater, multiple world championship medals to his name as well. So this is a packed field. Peter Grosclose, young skater coming up, showing his prowess in the 500-meter.
Right. The ice is back in functional order. It will get a nice fresh coat. The flooding coming after the next race.
Go to the start. Red.
Corner, it's Siegel, Lin, and Cillier. Nobody getting the jump ahead. Grosclose struggling around that corner, but it's Siegel holding off the field at the moment.
And Xiaojun in second. He is so good at drafting, so good at following, and so good at passing. So we'll keep an eye on him, but it's top two are going through, so he may not risk it as they've opened up a gap on Cellier. But here goes Lin Xiaojun as I say it. Nice inside pass. Siegel taking it right back.
And it's Siegel taking the opportunity, trying to see this one through. Pietro Siegel through, and so is Lin Xiaojun. In the end, starting position really sort of determined how this one went. It was the first off the line, first into the corner, first to the finish line.
I think we have another clean race here. One more heat coming up. Park Ji-won from the first heat still sitting in that first time advancement position. We'll see if that holds up. I'm sure he's been kind of holding his breath all day long, or throughout these heats rather.
Set up potentially a head-to-head battle at some point if Danjanu gets through. Set them up into the later rounds going head-to-head. And with Danjanu picking up a World Cup win in the 500, arguably his quote-unquote weakest event, Park almost has to match him too to pick up as many points as possible in those events that aren't to his strengths.
Absolutely, and yeah, I don't know how much longer we can say William Danjanu, the 500 meter, not his favorite distance, because this past weekend on the tour, he showed his prowess in the 500 meter with his speed off the start and his speed in the race.
We'll see what happens if he keeps that momentum going. Liu Shaoang, Danjanu, Łukasz Kuczynski, Gleb Ivchenko, and Nico Anderman. Kuczynski has come in, put in a good start in the last race that he did. Let's see if he can jump ahead of the perhaps more two favored skaters.
This is the last heat in the men 500
Not able to do it, and Danjanu in the lead. They're queuing up behind him. Catching up to Donjanu is one thing, but as he's shown, passing him is something completely different. Little stumble by Liu. Kuczynski had the door open. He might have got some contact there on Liu. But that just means that William Donjanu has some breathing room. Nice move by Ivchenko to get up there, and down it goes Kuczynski now. All over the place, that same corner. And it's Donjanu staying out of trouble. Going on, Ivchenko getting in second as just about everyone else succumbed to separate misfortunes.
Well, William Donjanu out in the front there, making 8.2 and 8.3 second lap times look easy. We got a couple yellow markers on the screen. We're gonna have to go back and see what's happening here.
No, the first one was Kuczynski when he was closing right up on Liu, and it might have been a bit of a bump, and I'm not sure if that sent Liu off or what, but we'll get another look at it here, I'm sure.
Liu Shaoang, reigning 500-meter Olympic champion. Oh, just losing that right foot a little bit after the apex.
That allowed Kuczynski the opportunity. This is where I think he got in behind him.
Yeah, and then Liu Shaoang's foot just kind of gets caught up in Kuczynski and kind of sets him off on the entry. And it all kind of stemmed back from that slip on the previous corner on the apex where he kind of lost some speed. That allowed Kuczynski to kind of run up on him, tie him up on the entry.
William Donjanu was out of trouble in this race, has won it. We'll have the official results as soon as available, and then we'll be ready to proceed with the short break for ice resurfacing. Racing will then resume with the
confirm these results and then head into the resurfacing break. Final individual events of today still to come, and then we have a little relay action to top things off. Done. They are punching the results in. So send it down to ice level for an announcement.
After a review, we gave a penalty to number 31 for Poland, and we advanced number 10 from China.
There you have it. Kuczynski is penalized, and Liu Shaoang gets advanced. So that took out one of those third place finishers, which I believe was good news for the Crystal Globe holder. Park Ji-won lives to fight another day by the skin of his teeth. There it is, contact from behind in the straight. Right there.
See the left foot of Liu Shaoang just getting caught up, tripping him as he enters that turn.
And the Zamboni's out. There's a look as we look at the qualifiers. I think they said about 13 minutes break, 12.5 minutes. Back for the 1,000 meters after the pause. Stay with us.
Pour vous présenter, remercier nos principaux partenaires et commanditaires de l'événement, l'Union internationale de patinage, International Skating Union, proud partners, vitesse Canada. Patinage de vitesse Québec. Gouvernement du Canada. Gouvernement du Québec. Ville de Montréal. Tourisme Montréal. Dynamique. China National Sport Group. Fiber. Intact Assurance. Spectacle IGA, le parc olympique. Évidemment, universel, l'aéroport Montréal, International Juno et Matrac. Merci à nos partenaires, National Ski Union. Putting together spécial pour nos bénévoles. Portez attention à tous nos bénévoles. On vous donnera les cartes de gagnants. Tirage de prix de présence pour nos bénévoles de la journée à récupérer à l'accueil des bénévoles. Donc, nos 4 gagnants sont Noah Rougoudot, Marc-Alexandre Paternotte, Georges, Jean Wang et Marie-Ève Caron. Je répète, Noah Rougoudot, Marc-Alexandre Paternotte, Georges, Jean Wang et Marie-Ève Caron. Félicitations pour votre bénévolat du vendredi. Vous pouvez récupérer votre prix de présence comme bénévole de l'événement à l'accueil des bénévoles à votre sortie. Merci et félicitations.
Lights are back up, a couple minutes away from the next round of racing. And we go with the men's and women's 1,000 meters. Skaters coming out. Women's 1,000 meters. There will be 8 heats. First and second placed skaters from each race. A maximum of the 2 fastest third place skaters will qualify for the quarterfinals. Here's a look at heat number 1. 5 skaters in every single heat. And of course the seed going in would be American Kristen Santos Griswold, the current Crystal Globe leader. Wang Ye of the Chinese Lungs, Sophia Konya, Holly Hoyland, and Malika Yermak. 9 laps in this one. Still some ice work being done after the last resurfacing. Still the 1,000 meters to come, and then we go through some relay time. And it looks like we are now good to go on that far side.
Back to lane. Opposition. Back. Go. Ready.
We always see the track stewards out fixing the ice, replacing the pilots. They're really a special bunch. That's a specialized job being a track steward, isn't it, Tyler?
It's a very difficult job, especially when it comes to the relays. When you have 16 skaters on the ice, potentially 20 if there's an advancement to the final, you have to maneuver your way through the pack to replace the blocks.
Yermak goes down on her own. Not sure what happened there. She was already off the back and she took a tumble down. It's up on her feet, but it's really down to 4. Santos Griswold into third. And nerves of steel really at times with so much traffic up there on the ice to maintain the sort of integrity of those corners by putting the pylons back in. Anya on the front. Holly Hoyland of the British Royals there in second. And just keep an eye out for the Stars and Stripes.
4 laps to go here. Wang Yi's keeping a close eye on Kristen Santos. I think she's expecting to see her go on the outside soon, and here it is. Wang Yi's going to look to jump on Kristen Santos, follow her to the front.
Pitching a ride behind the American superstar, and it's Santos Griswold carrying it all the way around. Konya can only do so much. Wang does make it around, and once Santos Griswold has her nose in front, she really just starts to pull away.
Still so relaxed by Santos. Again, not even just put a hand down, I think, on the last corner there just to make sure she brought it home.
So Santos Griswold, another comfortable win. It's another clean race. Looks like she will be moving into the quarterfinals. Off the line, there was the first fall. Yermak could go down again as well, but it's really all on her own.
Something we've seen a few times here is the starters calling the skaters off the line once they've called them to the line, and that's just to reposition them, making sure that they're spaced evenly. Each skater has a starting dot that may need to be standing over top of. They can't be too close together, so the starters will call them off, tell one of the skaters to reposition themselves, call them back to the start line afterwards.
Sofia Konya, 137 at 6:03. And it's a maximum of 2 fastest times. And so we'll see how long that holds up. Still 7 races to go. Lots of opportunities, of course, for faster races and advancements. We've hit a bit of a groove where we've had a lot of clean races, but we've as far as possible. And here is heat number 2. Kim Gi-lee, Zhu A Lee, Nakashima Mide, Annabelle Green, and Hyo Jin Kim. Start out of position 3, and there is the defending Crystal Globe winner.
It'll be interesting to see how Kim Gi-lee chooses to race this race. She could really take it from the front, own the lead, and just protect, or she may choose to sit in the back, pick her moment to strike. Either of which isn't a bad strategy. A little bit safer for her maybe to take it from the front. However, it's a long weekend. They've just come off a weekend of racing. She might be wanting to conserve her energy, so it'll be interesting to see which tactic she chooses to go with in this 1,000-meter race.
As we noticed earlier, she's not wearing the Crystal Globe helmet, neither is Park Ji-won. Maybe they're going to put that up on the trophy case, or maybe they're just saving it for the actual World Tour weekend. That Korean team helmet, all of them seem to have that similar design, except for Kim Gun-woo, I believe, who has the gold helmet.
Gold, yeah. I do wonder if it's just a matter of pride saying, hey, you know what? When I'm number 1 in the standings, I'm going to wear that helmet.
They already do have the number 1 on the side anyway, so that's from last season as well. And here we go. Seems like we're good to go for heat number 2.
Ready.
And we're off to the seat number 2 of the
They have no problem settling in to 4th place. So those are 2 options, but even back there, you just know something's coming, and this woman is incredible at sneaking through the smallest windows. And there's 1, and there's 2, and there she goes right to the front. So short-lived time back there in 4th place.
I think she just is very comfortable in the front of the race. She likes to control it. At this point, she's confident in her abilities here. No questions about that. So she wants to control this race and manage the pace.
Sitting up into 2nd right now, Zhu A Lee in 3rd, Nakashima, and then Green 4th and 5th. Good skate from Kim, keeping up there right now. Trying to slot up into that slipstream, really, if Kim decides to put on a turn of pace and pull away. Zhu is looking around, trying to make that move. Now she goes. Nakashima also going.
Kim just pulling away effortlessly at the front of this race.
Making it look easy, just like she's out for a weekend skate. Quick look through the legs there. Nothing really to worry about, has quite the advantage. Zhu is closing in, but not going to catch Kim Gi-lee.
I wish I knew what it was like to just feel such confidence and dominance in a race like that. You know, biding your time, saving your energy round for round.
We know that's going to be a short-lived joy with bigger races still to come.
Absolutely.
We've already seen who's qualified, so there are no slouches in any race, really. And as always, once Kim decides the race is over, then it's over. Another clean race. .134.527 for Nakashima for third place. Going into heat number 3, out of position 1 will be Corin Stoddart of the USA Eagles. There's Shim Suk-hee. Kim Yao, first time we've seen her today, the young Canadian. Dita Van Oorschot and Maya Somodi of the Hungarian Falcons.
Ready.
Oorschot likes to go to the front. Let's see if she goes for that tactic again here today. Looks like she is going right to the lead.
Somodi trying to follow her. For Stoddart and Shim wants to pay attention to, but Kim Yao had a very good debut last weekend, reaching an A final.
His pace is quicker than the previous races that we've seen. Oorschot might be keeping that time advancement in mind with Cory Stoddart and Shim Suk-hee in this race with her. Somodi to the lead. Kim Yao looking to move up.
47 from the Hungarian Falcons.
Oorschot sneaking up the inside. Lap time sticking towards those low 10-second laps.
Somodi and Van Oorschot now. Here comes Stoddart, and hot on her heels is Shim Suk-hee. And Kim Yao sneaking up the inside of in the meantime.
Shim Suk-hee was just stalking Cory Stoddart, watching her like a hawk, waiting to see when she broke. Jumped right on her.
And then those two shift, and they're off to the races.
The battle could be for third here. Time advancement still available. This has been a quicker race.
Dita Van Oorschot gets up into third. Looks like that will be hers, and it's Stoddart taking this one, Shim in second, and Van Oorschot getting over for third. 1:32.92 is that third place time.
For the quarterfinals, as we get the official results in a moment here, 4 races, 5 races left. In the one of the 20,000 here, he's the first and second race leaders, which race number
Back in again once Stoddart and Shim decided to put the foot down. Not much they could match after the other skaters. It's been a good amount of time taking poles on the front. Another clean race as well. Always feel like we're pointing out the clean races, nobody advancing. So Stoddart and Shim moving on to tomorrow's races in the quarterfinals. Repechage still an option as well.
It's always difficult when you have a couple very strong skaters in your race. How are you going to manage your race strategy with them in consideration?
Next up, we have the winner from last weekend, Sandra Felsboer, Choi Min Jong, Petra Yashipati, Chloe Olivier, and Louisiana Stahl. A little tap there to Choi. It says something right before they were called to stand
To
up.
this side. Space out. Ready.
Heat 4.
Felsboer jumps to the front. She loves to lead. She is there now. Yashipati wants a turn, wants a pull.
world record holder in the 500 meter.
Again, a very, very difficult race when you have Sandra Velzeboy, Choi Min-jong in your race. How do you manage those two?
World Tour ranking. The Hungarian Falcons, number 86, Yasapati.
You're almost just letting the action unfold around them,
Roosters.
waiting for them to stamp their authority on the race. Stahl right on Choi's shoulder. Olivier also there at the front. It's still Yashapati. Now Choi slots into second. Hasn't hit the full speed just yet. Inside 4 to go. It's imminent though.
It's been a steady pace here though, so the skaters competing for third position do know that time's available. That a little bit has to be in part of their race strategy. I know for myself, I was a competitor who was often competing for those time advancement positions. You know, got to eat some humble pie, knowing where you stand in that field and doing whatever you can to make sure that you get through to the next round.
Choi moves in front, Velzeboy in second. Yashapati trying to hang on. You see that time a little over 1:34 is the current third place time at the bell. It's going to be Choi and Velzeboy. And it's a 1:33.54 for Yashapati. Should be right up there. Halfway through these women's 1,000-meter quarterfinals. Choi and Velzeboy, as expected. No real surprises just yet. It's been pretty by the book so far. Heat number 5 shall see the return of Hanna de Smet, Elisa Confortola, Gabriela Topolska, Gwendolyn Daudet, who's had a busy day, and Betty Muska, another one who's been in plenty of races all day today. Anything was getting looked at. I'll just be, we're in the lineup for the next one. I'm just waiting for confirmation. Actually, are we throwing down to the ice? No, we're not. We're good to go. The only reason we're going down to the ice is for more racing. They're told to mill about once again. Is it not a matter of just being set up, or what?
I'm not quite sure what's the cause for this delay right now. Might just be getting the timing system set up.
We do just have those results confirmed. All right, the whistle blast. Get it going.
Belgium Ice Bears, Italian Gladiators, Poland Hussar, Polish Hussar, French Roosters, and German Wolves.
Ice Bear, Gladiator, a Hussar, a Rooster, and a Wolf, all with those nice new kits.
Ready.
de Smet opting to lead this one from the gun. Daudet with the early move to get up into third behind Confortola. Here comes Topolska going a long way around. Last to first. In the blink of an eye, really. Already a bit of a push in this one. Polska, Desmet eyeing a move around the outside. Very close quarters already here. Dode getting right up behind Topolska, having to stand up a bit. Dode not really happy with Muska there, feeling a little squeezed out.
I think Hannah DeSmet will just progress the speed of this race, lap over lap here, controlling her lead in the front.
Fortula and Topolska in second and third.
Fortula will have to be ready to defend if Topolska can put some pressure on her, but a gap is opening up to third.
And there's Desmet just steaming away, keeping the pace high, seeing who can match her, and it's Desmet and Confortula 1 and 2. Third place time 1:33.95 for Topolska.
I think that 1:33.95 at Topolska is going to be just outside of the time advancements. Right now we have Yashapati sitting in a time advancement position with a 1:33.54, and Dita Van Oorschot with a 1:32.915. We'll see if those times can hold up. We have 2 more heats remaining in this women's 1,000 meter.
3 to go.
3 more heats, sorry.
Another Hussar, another Gladiator out on the ice.
It was nice in that last heat. We had a real glimpse of all the team kits and names presented on the suits. It looks good.
It does look very cool, and eventually we'll get all of them with those new ones. So Kamila Stormovska, Gloria Yoriati, Alina Ashgalieva, Yamana Rina, and Svetlana Rapetska. 4 or 5 here with those new kits on the line now. Yoriati, first off the line.
Lana to the lead, another skater who likes to be out front. Lana's pushing the pace a little bit. I like to see that. She's definitely considering time advancements if necessary.
Definitely pushing the tempo here. Yoriati, 4th in the B final in this event a week ago. And another one part of that Gladiators victorious women's relay side. Dramatic race. Saw the Canadians finish first, but then penalized. And it's Yamana really pushing it right now.
Just keep an eye on Stormowska in third. I think she's going to be looking to make a move. She's going to want to get into a top 2 position here.
Looking to make a move on Yoriati. Yoriati also perhaps setting something up around Yamana. They're both going for it.
Double inside pass by Stormowska there. Well played.
Yoriati moved around to get around Yamana, but then at the same time she was passed. So all that to say she's still in second. Stormovska, Yoriati right now. Ashgalieva losing a little bit of contact. Yamana, I think the legs are pretty cooked in this one. It's going to be Stormovska, Yoriati 1 and 2. Ashgalieva 1:33.41.
It's so hard to see and so hard to envision the burn that's going on in the legs of these skaters. As they build that lactic acid at that pace, the legs just start getting heavy. They start tying up. They don't respond as quickly as you want. And you kind of look at the skater and say, oh, just push a little bit more. But they are suffering. Those legs are burning.
They're essentially extended squats out on the ice while trying to maintain balance on skates. And the burn is real, I imagine.
Well, you got to maintain such control in the corners because you're just on a razor's edge of that blade. And your legs are just shaking. So learning to manage that lactic build in your legs throughout a race is so difficult because you have to keep execution of your technique.
Ashgalieva on the hot seat now. behind Yoriati and Stormovska, who will move on. Now 2 to go. Features Gong Li, Florence Brunel, Lisa Eckstein. The return of Ariana Fontana, who's had pretty peerless return so far, and Natalia Malashevska. But Fontana at a position 4 in 1,000 meters. This will be a good test for her. Certainly no shortage of talent, particularly out of position 1 and 2, and Brunel taking the lead. Malashevska now jumping all the way up into second.
Some good depth to this race. Gong Li out to the front. Florence Brunel looking to defend, but Gong Li just has too much.
Malashevska getting right up there. Fontana lurking, watching, waiting, studying. Eckstein also right there, keeping contact.
Brunel looking inside of her shoulder to see if anyone's trying to make a move up the inside. Not right now. Let's keep an eye on Fontana in fourth as we're getting to 4 laps to go. Going to be looking to make a move here.
Watching Fontana, she's never really even getting a hand down. There she is a little bit looking to make a move on Gong. Spots the opportunity, makes the move. Now Fontana pressing for second to slot in behind Brunel, making it look easy.
Gong Li trying to jump up the inside. I think it's a little bit late. We'll have to go to review on that one.
Malashevska thrown off balance, and it's Brunel and Fontana doing just enough once again. Doesn't need to win the races, but she will come in second, and then it's Gong, 131.38. And there is that review on the bit with Malashevska, however, but you know, passing the early test so far is Fontana.
Yeah, Florence Brunel skated a nice, smart, clean race there. Ariana Fontana capitalizing on the opportunities. Fontana's done everything she's needed to do today to go through round after round.
Not a bad return if she does all this racing, and on course anyway, to not have to do any repechage racing.
And that's it, you know, it makes a big difference on a long weekend. Get a little extra sleep in the morning, be a little bit more rested when you come for the afternoon. And the racing today is just great for her to get back into the swing of things.
Particularly if you're doing every single event. That's a lot of racing if then you have to toss on repechages in every single event. And
absolutely.
You know, we are going to see some of those people over the course of this weekend who will be very fatigued by the end of it. Down to the ice.
After a review, we gave a penalty for skater number 17 from China.
There you have it. Gong Li gets the penalty. Nobody getting advanced, though. That is the penalty to the Chinese Lungs. And Eckstein's 131.555. That's a pretty quick one. And here is the ruling. The illegal late pass. Tyler mentioned it. Went in a little late onto that corner.
Just a replay of the action that led to a penalty in the previous race. Up next, we'll have the remaining 5 skaters in the heats.
And here we go. One more to go. Danae Blais, Michelle Velzeboer, Valentina Askic, Lam Ching Yan, and Olga Tikhanova.
We're going to be in for a good one here. I think Danae Blais, she likes to go to the front. We'll see if she goes with that strategy here.
Of course, that's what we know the Velzeboers like to be as well. And it is, in fact, Michelle Velzeboer jumping to the front with Blais right in behind. Already significant reshuffling going on.
Askic moving to the lead. See if Danae Blay wants to be patient here or take the lead right back as she closes the gap.
25-year-old appears to be biding her time. There's a move by Tikhonova up on Felzabor, but Felzabor now gets it right back and is slotting right in behind Askic, with Blay back now in front. There is an incident getting reviewed.
Danae Blay didn't overreact to the pass of Askic. She just let that gap close and just carried her speed right by her once she did.
Felzabor into second, Tikhonova up into third, Lamb going for it. That review has been cleared. So just straight up racing now until the end. Tikhonova keeping touch with Blay and Felzabor.
Blay is really strong in the lead, but we'll keep an eye on Felzabor, who's looking to set up potentially an inside pass. She's going to hold off, go wide here.
Askic is closed back up to the leading group of three. And one to go. Blay still in front. Felzabor holding off Tikhonova, Askic taking out, but it will be the Ice Maple and the Lion going 1 and 2. Nothing else will get a second look, and so 25-year-old from Châteauguay in Quebec, Danae Blay, looks to be the winner of that heat. Quarterfinals going tomorrow, as well as the repechage quarters and semis to really pack out the field for those quarters.
Tikhonova looks like she might have just snuck in for that second fastest qualifying third time. No advancements in that round of 1,000-meter heats.
Tikhonova does get one of those third place time. 1:32.442, good enough. The men are already back out. Look at the qualifiers there. Brunen ends up having the fastest time ahead of Corin Stoddard, but of course we know each race a different story unto itself. We'll see things really heating up once we get into those medal round races coming up over the course of the weekend. Men's 1,000 meters coming out for the heats. Same as the women, 8 heats, top 2, and a maximum of the 2 fastest third place skaters. And why not start with something impressive? Park Ji-won, Lin Xiaojun, positions 1 and 2. Also here, Glebevchenko, Benson Ogurari, and Martin Kolench.
And we're up in this first of a series of 8 heats in the men 1,000 meter and 9 laps around the track.
So we just talked about it. Danae Blay, who likes to race from the front. Park Ji-won, another skater who likes to lead and control the race. Lin Xiaojun will be comfortable just tucking in behind, defending from second, I think. We'll watch.
Perhaps trying to upset the apple cart a little bit, but then storms back to not only retake second, but he's eyeing the lead now.
For 98, Martin Kolench.
Park now defending that second place. Levchenko building up a bit of momentum. Kolench also trying, so many guys trying for a small amount of space in the grand scheme of things. Still Park now back in front. Nogurari into third, a little bit of a bump there on Ivchenko. And the review graphic pops up, that will take a look. Park still in control, Lin behind him, Nogurari, and then there's a gap opening up.
See if Nogurari can try something here. Lin Xiaojun jumping up the inside. Nice little pass on Park Ji-won.
Nogurari taking a look, doesn't find the opening. And he will come to third. It's Lin taking one over Park. Nogurari for third at 1:28.07. he's okay to move on. Yet another clean bit of racing here in Montreal. Each time he's shaping up to have a head-to-head or a race involving William Dongenou or Stephen Dubois. It feels like just this battle at the top, and so at least one of them is through now, and we'll see if others can join to shape up those mouth-watering races.
Officials right now just reviewing that interaction between Nagradi and Evchenko.
Still nothing ruled just yet.
It may have been cleared as a racing incident. We'll wait to see the official.
They tend to be, if there's no discipline taken, we kind of move along. If it's not shared responsibility, there we go. Nothing taken. Lin and Park 1 and 2, and Nagradi 128.084. We'll wait and see with him.
Not quite sure if that time will hold up. I don't think it's quite fast enough. We have Kreuzberg's coming up. We know he likes to push the pace.
This one will be fun to see. On the podium last weekend. It came almost to the year after 2 years after, pardon me, he picked up a gold medal in the 1,000 here in Montreal. Also here, Cellier,
Go to the start.
Sun, Galiakhmetov, and Ferkok.
Ready.
Kreuzberg so often the plan, get to the front, force them to try to pass them, and he's proven to be such a good defensive skater.
That was a quick little start. Cellier, though, not wasting any time to try to position himself in the front of the race. See how long Kreuzberg sits back before he wants to try to take this lead over again.
The Golden Stars.
There goes Kreuzberg, wanting that lead position. He's going to be applying that same strategy he was using last weekend.
Him and Cellier conspiring at the front. Galiakhmetov trying to find an opening. Sun, never mind Sun, back in fourth. Two tough guys to pass at the front right now. Galiakhmetov taking a look.
Just a nice little progressive speed increase, a tenth a lap quicker each time from Kreuzberg. See if he keeps that going. Accelerating out of that turn. 8-8 again. Checking over his shoulder. Inside, outside, looking around.
Galiakhmetov into the back of Cellier. Throws a few people. Kreuzberg's almost involved in there, but he did not take a bump, and it's him in front. It is Kreuzberg still in front. Sun Long trying to get up into Ferkok. Nicely done by the Frenchman, holding him off, and it's Kreuzberg's and Quentin Ferkok going 1 and 2.
Now there's a quicker time, 1:24.5 from Kreuzberg's, doing just what we saw him do last weekend. You know, if you have the strength to do it, it's such a great strategy. He's getting out front, he's controlling the pace, he's pushing it to a point where it's not easy to pass. The skaters behind him are battling it out, struggling to claim that second position.
He did so well with it last weekend, and early returns on this one seems to be paying off again. Let everyone else battle while you go off into the sunset.
The strategy's working. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Exactly. And so we'll see what the Galiakhmetov and Cellier incident right there. That's where it happened. Cellier goes out wide.
Another look at Sun Long jumping up the inside. Having to fight so hard to hold that turn, though. He just wasn't able to carry any speed up to challenge for the second place at the finish.
They are still checking it out. They're all back in their positions. I don't think anybody's getting penalized today. And so we shall press on with last week's winner, Jens Van 't Wout.
We have the official results. Team number 2, Alessa Luzmab's first. Second,
There we go. Sun is now on the clock. 125.092. Another interesting heat coming up. Niall Tracy back in position 2. Jens van het Wout, last week's winner. Rainis Berzins, another Latvian Golden Star who can mix it up. Kyo, the USA Eagle, and Thomas Natalini. This one is very tough to handicap as well.
Any predictions?
No, that's your job.
Right.
You're supposed to be the
Well,
keep an eye out for this person.
Yeah, Jens van het Wout. Let's keep an eye out for him.
Sure.
He's my favorite here. Coming off the gold medal last weekend, he's a strong favorite.
Taking the easy way out.
Well, Niall Tracy's been battling. He likes to stay towards the front. He's doing it again just now.
Had a spill earlier, and unfortunately, as he was making a move back up. But yeah, he's at his moment. But here comes Natalini.
You got to watch Natalini. He's a strong finisher. He's not wasting any time. He understands the depth of this field. He's not going to wait for a last-minute maneuver, but he's battling on the outside. He still hasn't quite completed that pass. Tracy putting up a fight.
Nice fight from the Royal. That opened up a little gap with Jens van het Wout.
Yeah, Jens van het Wout's able to stay relaxed though in third. He's not panicking. He knows that pace is going to settle down a little bit. That gap's going to, close down organically. He's going to conserve his speed. You don't want to be accelerating, decelerating, accelerating again. Now maybe he'll look to carry that speed on an inside pass here.
Niall Tracy, there's a lot of talent right behind him. It would be a good shot in the arm for this British Royals program if he can hold off the field. Obviously still a long way to go. Van het Wout going with 2 laps to go.
Nice move by Van het Wout. He's getting very smart this race. Natalini's going to be looking to set something up here as we hit the bell lap.
Tracy scrapping to hang on. Natalini shaping up a move. What a shot this would be. It's going to be Jens van het Wout. Niall Tracy, a good skate from the British Royal.
Great skate from Tracy. That's a hard-earned second place. He battled it out from the front, trying to keep Natalini to the outside, pushing the pace. Well-earned second place finish from him.
Berzins was missed over there. He was shuffled to the outside and lost a lot of speed and lost some time, but Kyo may have gotten up. He got up to make it a photo finish. We'll see what it is for third, because it felt like a quick one as well.
It was a quicker pace for sure. I got so caught up in the racing, I was neglecting the lap times as they went.
That's a good move by Niall Tracy. A flash of what was possible perhaps in that race that he crashed out of earlier.
He'll have to make his way back through the repechage tomorrow morning on that one. But the 1,000 meter, he's looking strong.
Looking good to move through. There you have it. It was Natalini by 24 thousandths of a second. And so it's Natalini with a third time.
Just 600ths off of Sun Long's time from the previous 1,000 meters. So that's what it's going to take. A low 125. Those are quick times.
Heat number 4. Another strong field with Speckenhauser, Pigeon, Desmet, Kumurjev, and Bendig.
Keep an eye on Speckenhauser and Desmet in this one. Those are 2 favorites.
Go to the start. Right.
And now for heat 4, at 11,100 meters, the first and second
we'll
place
jump up.
speeders will be racing up to a maximum of 2. As third place speeders qualify for
Kumurjev to get up into second. Pigeon's there. Nearly hung up the skates. Didn't think he was finding a place in the Canadian program. Was invited to go train in Poland. Found a place there. So he used to train with the contemporary of William Dongenou. That's Pigeon slotting into the lead. Desmet now going all the way around to hit to the front. The jockeying begins.
C'est la Belge qui pour l'instant pleine le peloton.
Felix Pigeon, Lucas Beckenhauser turning the screws here. The tempo's ramped up. The door opens for Pigeon to go through on the inside.
Nice move by Pigeon. DeSmit was looking to defend that lead position. He moved out to try to block Speckenhauser on the outside. That opened the door for Pigeon to move into the lead on the inside. Well played. Now we got a battle for second. Got to close that gap.
DeSmit and Speckenhauser's battle for second is really gifting Pigeon the opportunity to add to his advantage. He's got a bit of a gap. Now we're in the dash to the finish. Speckenhauser trying to launch another foray on DeSmet. Goes around the outside. Pigeon, I don't think they're going to catch him. It's going to be Pigeon's race, and Speckenhauser takes it. Nice win by the Hussar.
Great win from Pigeon there. Really well skated. Really capitalized on that inside move on DeSmit as he was kind of caught up looking on the outside at Speckenhauser. Just jumped right inside both skaters. Very well played.
So while Speckenhauser and DeSmet were focusing on each other, Pigeon off in front was off and away. Good skate from him.
Here's a review of that inside pass from Pigeon. DeSmit was just looking over his shoulder outside. Pigeon just jumps up the inside.
The second half of these heats. Before we get into the relays, DeSmet's time will not be good enough to go on. So to the repechage he goes, 129.157. There's the next heat, another gladiator, Pietro Segal, a Ninja, Miyata Shogo, Brendan Corey of the Racing Ruse, Wesley Park of the Eagles, and Yarkebulan Shamukanov of the Nomads. That's Shamukanov right there. That Nomads kit's going to be an interesting one too. It's a unique design that they have currently.
Races left in the setup heats in the men 1,000 meter, and after that we'll have a short break for ice servicing, and then we'll come back for the team event. Mixed team relay, women's relay, and relay to complete the long day of
Corey's
action
the first
here.
one ready to go on the line.
Short track world tour.
To the start. Red.
And it's Miyata off and away. Segal and Corey. Park's making a move to get up into third.
Pace is off to a quick start.
A bump on Corey there by Shamukanov, but yeah, they're flying away quickly. That little bump is going to get a review. A gap that can be shut down pretty quickly, particularly at this point in the race. Long way to go. 5 to go.
Really tight on the outside of Segal and Miyata there. Kind of lost some speed for Miyata. Wesley Park jumping up the inside to second. Nice move.
Down goes Shamukanov.
Corey still a little bit recovered from that bump that sent him back. He just couldn't quite close the gap up.
Segal on the front, Miyata in second. Inside, 2 to go. They'll get the bell this time around. Park is in third, but it's really the front two right now, Segal and Miyata. We're leading this one around. Corey is closing up into third on Park. He might make a run at him. He does, and he'll get third.
Good battle to finish by Corey. I don't think that time's going to be quite enough to get through on the time advancement selection.
126.43.
We have a couple of low 125s already on the board.
So we'll see what happens with that review. It happened so early in the race. Does that sort of factor into whether any advancement might be made?
You know, not particularly. If you're in an advancement position still early in the race, that will be considered. but I don't believe Corey was at that moment either.
It was near the back, I believe. All very close, but still near the back. And yeah, no discipline will be taken, I don't believe. Nobody's looking at the video screens anywhere. There we are. And yeah, that time not good enough for Corey, so to the repechage. Next heat as Michał Nowinski on the podium last weekend in the 1,000. Jordan Pierre-Gilles out to exact perhaps a small measure of revenge after stumbling out from the lead in the 500 not too long ago. Matsubayashi Yui, Brandon Kim, and Theo Collins.
Go to the start.
I mentioned last week, Pierre-Gilles working on that endurance, building it up to become not just a big weapon in the 500, but adding to his lethal nature in the 1,000 as well.
And that endurance is also going to help him and his team in the relay. The men's 5,000-meter relay, it's still a long race. It's 1.5 lap intervals, but it's not a lot of rest. It's a high pace, so you still need that stamina, that endurance for that relay as well. So benefiting him not only in the 1,000, but will be benefiting him and his team in the relay too, as he can build that endurance base.
It's the 500-meter specialists off the front right now. Nowinski, his celebrations were just great to see last weekend. Perhaps a surprise for him to land on the podium, but he is skating with a whole lot of confidence right now. Pierre-Gilles going 1 and 2.
Nice quick little inside maneuver from Jordan Pierre-Gilles. Getting that lead position with 3 laps to go.
Kim in third. He's had some good skates in the last little bit. Tough to break through 2 strong guys at the front, though.
The field is still tight together. Can't let up for a second. Nowinski looking on the outside now. Jordan Pierre-Gilles going to not get wrapped. Keep the speed going.
Pierre-Gilles has struggled in that last turn before. He's able to hang on there. You see that speed loss in those final few meters, but he fends off Collins and Kim, who were both pushing very hard.
Well, when you're that lead skater, someone's passing on the outside, you can find yourself getting trapped, not able to get those crossovers out on the exit that you're looking for, so it could really kill your speed. So it was great to see Jordan Pierre-Gilles able to fend that off. It looked like Theo Collins looking to jump up on the inside of him in the last turn, able to hold his footing.
It is getting reviewed. Not sure.
But another
that
strong,
was those last moves near the end, pardon me.
Another strong race from Nowinski there. You mentioned it early, Gavin. He's got a lot of confidence. You're seeing it right now.
So Pierre-Gilles, that just trying to hang on to the speed that last lap and closing things up. There's Collins going on the inside, trying to anyway. Winning again, almost adding a little flourish to when he sticks out his boot at the line there.
So we'll have the official results so shortly in heat number 6 of the round. Michał Nowinski and Jordan Pierre-Gilles qualified for the quarterfinals.
See what he can bring tomorrow. In those other races, nothing being given out, just Nowinski and Pierre-Gilles going on into the quarterfinals. And 2 to go. You see the start list there. Felix Roussel, Dan Koss, Jungsun Wu, Watanabe Keita, and then Lu Zhan Shuo of the Hong Kong Ice Chillins.
Ready to go back to the corners, and we'll proceed with
The skaters wear Kevlar ankle guards here, or Dyneema. Either one cut resistant material, but we see Dan Koss has actually kind of come undone. They usually strap under your boot. Looks like the button, or the strap, if you will, is kind of come undone. It's hanging loose. Oh, I think he's just noticed it.
I think he actually had some earlier too. I remember seeing there was a skater who had it hang. I don't think it was Koss, but there was another skater who had. I remember seeing some flapping at the line in an earlier race.
Yeah, no, I think it was the same thing. He must have heard me.
Looks like we are all sorted. And 1 through 5, a very interesting heat, even out to Lou in position 5, not afraid to make a move.
Right.
Avant-dernière vague de qualification de vague chez les messieurs. This is the second to last heat. In the men 1,000 meter, 5 skaters on track.
And it is Koss with all his equipment in place, jumping to the front. Newfound aerodynamicism. Roussel, Watanabe, John, 4 guys going in there. That opens the door for Lou to come up the inside.
Well, Roussel is playing with his track pattern a little bit there. He swung very deep into that corner, kind of opened the door, and he said, no, I got to get right back to the front. I'm going to power this out on the outside. Kind of gave up some position there. So Felix Roussel moving back to the lead here.
Watanabe sneaking through into second. Lou looking for an opening, but getting around John. A number of times here we've seen 2, 3, and 4 guys all piling into the corner together. Roussel now staying out of trouble as things really start to pick up.
3 laps to go. You got to keep that speed moving. Skaters behind you are going to be looking to move. Felix Roussel doing a great job of keeping that pace going here. Nice wide exit, looking comfortable in the front. Watch for Don Koss on the inside. Watanabe.
And he makes that stick. It's Roussel holding off Koss. Jung trying to make a late push. Maybe running out of time, but he might see about that 3rd place. Good reach by Koss. I was surprised. Jung really did push it late coming out of the corner.
Chung Sang-woo was coming with a lot of speed on that outside. He might have just waited, half lap too late to get there.
Though makes it through from lots of things. Try to make 3 ice maples in the next round with William Dongenou coming up in the next race.
So no advancements yet. We have the 2 time advancements at a 1:25.09 and a 1:25.15. We'll see if this last race is going to push it for time. We do have William Dongenou, who likes to go quick. Kim Gun-woo, strong field here.
3rd place time there, not good enough, but yeah, this was perhaps the one blemish on William Dongenou's last weekend, at least in terms of the individual races, and it is the one where he's also the world champion in, so lots to see here. There's Kim Gun-woo, as you mentioned, Shinky Connect, Liu Xiaowang, and Wara Noiron.
Go to the start. Right.
That first corner, it's Kim and Dongenou. The ever dangerous Liu Xiaowang sitting right back there, and then never mind the veteran presence of Shinky Connect. A whole lot of hardware out in this race.
As we talked about, William Dongenou is the one with the target. Everybody's looking at him. They're going to be seeing his name on those race sheets. He's just got such awareness, even coming out of the corners here, just taking a look between his legs, taking that lead right back. He is in control. He knows he's the man to beat.
There will also come a time where teammates have their compatriots in the running for the Crystal Globe will want to snatch points off the table. Obviously, this is a little too early for that, perhaps, but there'll be that extra motivation. But Dongenou still the marshal of this one.
Dungenue is really pushing the pace. It's going to make it very difficult for these following skaters to make passes, even on each other. They're all working to keep up with him right now.
And it's Dungenue, Kim Gun-woo, Liu Xiaoang. Still some work to do. Chinky connects, same for him. But it's going to be Dungenue. And at the line, Kim Gun-woo went way inside there across the line.
We saw earlier today a skater who went so far inside the line, they had no time registered because they couldn't get them on the photo finish. So you have to watch for that when you're
What
cutting
is
so
the
far
approximate
inside.
marker in there? Is it the red line?
Well, yeah, it would be the red line there. That would be the end of the finishing line.
So we'll see that one, see if that comes into play. You're the one who eagle eye spotted a too late exchange last week in a relay, and so.
Well, I hope I'm not calling that, because that is not a good way to go out if that is ever the case, especially when you skate such a great race like Kim Gun-woo did just there. So we have a video check on the finish.
And he might have still been on that red line once he crossed the line. That was close.
Flirting with that finish line. You want to be tight to defend your position, but you can't go too tight.
And there it is.
We'll wait for the official.
They are investigating it anyway. That possibly over the line, far too inside.
Well, because if you look at the red line itself, even if you're on that line, it's no longer part of the black finishing line of the race too. So if they can't register you on that line, they can't officially give you a time.
Yeah.
Camera angles to support the chief referee's decision. Michel Dumont here that we see on the giant screen, accompanied by the veteran Albert Sean and also Tito Michel.
There may be some tough lessons learned this weekend. Looked for that one for Kim, though. It looked like he was almost a matter of keeping his balance. He did whatever he could just to stay up, and I'm not sure if it was a positioning thing or it was just him trying his best to stay on his skates. And they're looking.
Look at this finish. Look how inside they go.
Ooh,
Oh,
it's
that's
very
tight.
close. If he was inside that red line, it might have, it's very close to him crossing the line.
It may have been Liu Xiaoang as well. He was very tight too.
So the Zamboni's already back out. We are headed into a break. This does conclude the individual events of today. But we'll wait to see what the word is. Here we go.
After review, we give a penalty to number 4 from Korea.
And there you have it. Kim Gun-woo penalized. They're also investigating. It was one of possible things. There's also a possible lane change at the finish line. So there are the results. Kim penalized. Liu moving on in second place. And so we'll just take a look at this result quickly. And here it is. Lane change outside to in. Kim Gun-woo right there. And he gets penalized. So that will take us into the next ice resurfacing break when you come back. Starting things off with the ever popular mixed relay. Not long left to go on this qualifying Friday from here in Montreal. Back with you shortly. 4 heats to come.
This one is a Swiss timing.
Top 2 moving on into the semifinals.
That's the other one.
No worry about time for 3rd place. It's just finish top 2. And this one has last week's winners. The Dutch Lions. They're up against the Polish Hussars and the Japanese Ninjas.
Which of the same gender goes first and who's going second. But aside from that, they need to respect the predetermined order. 3 teams on track.
And so this one is the blink and you'll miss it relay. Each skater does 2.5 laps, and then each skater does 2 laps. It'll be interesting to see here. It looks like the lines are starting with Michelle Velzeboer. Last weekend, a very eagle-eyed observer noticed Sandra starting, and then the second time through the rotation, it was Michelle leading things off. But interesting to see Michelle on the starting line too.
Little self-pat on the back there, Gavin.
You know it. Got to get him when I can. It's Kamila Stormovska leading things off for the Hussars. The line's very much the time to beat. Malashevska, pardon me. Right, Natalia Malashevska in the pink helmet.
Well, you said it already, Gavin. This is a sprint of a relay. It's only 18 total laps, so this goes quick. It's a 2,000-meter relay, shortest relay on the books. The Dutch Lions pushing the pace out front.
Looks like they're shaping up. Itzhak Dalat ready to come in. Plenty of talent, of course, on that Lions side. Now it's Stormovska in for the Hussars, but quickly the men into the race now. It's Itzhak Dalat very close.
So as always, we have the set exchanges. 2.5 laps for each skater to start. They have to stick to that exchange pattern. It cannot deviate.
And it's Vanit Wout leading the way.
And while most relays may start off a little bit slower, you can jockey for position a bit. You can't afford to do that in this mixed relay. Being out front is very much an advantage right from the start. Bit of a missed exchange by the Ninjas there, but they're battling back, holding second position.
They didn't even make it into the semifinals a week ago. It is Michelle Velzeboer out in front, and so they're doing straight up rotation this time. Are the Lions not changing the rotation halfway through?
Well, I think for this quarterfinal, they're keeping things a little bit more simple. We may see them pull that maneuver off as we move towards the semis and the finals later. The Dutch Lions with a healthy lead, but we have a great battle for second right now between the Hussar and the Ninjas. 4 laps to go here. Let's keep an eye on this second place battle.
It's Itzhak Dalat leading the way. It looks like the Lions will be taking this one. And it's the Ninjas holding off, trying to move one step forward. Didn't get out of the quarterfinals a week ago. Michał Nowinski with some work to do, very close there. He's looking for a reaction there. Not too happy with that one. So barring any advancement or penalty, it would be the Ninjas going through. So we'll see what the ruling is. It's Jens Vanit Wout crossing the line. And the Ninjas going second, and Nowinski wasn't happy. I saw him quite animated there, going right into the back.
Very animated reaction there. Difficult on the exchange. We're gonna have to see that slowed down on the replay.
So is Stormovska, Malashevska leading things off, but once you get the Velzeboers to the front, they know their way to the finish line. And it looks like that investigation has been cleared, and so it would be the Ninjas moving on to the semifinals. And so there you have it. No worries about third place or best time. It's just finish top 2 any way or how, well, legally that is. And the next race has the White Tigers, the Ice Maples, the Wolves, and the Royals. And I see the Canadians. I see Dubois out there. I see Boutin out there.
Dene Blais and Felix Roussel.
And Felix Roussel. Strength in numbers on this Canadian side, certainly. No shortage of depth. It's Annabelle Green leading things off for the Royals.
Time now for quarterfinal number 2 in the mixed team relay. We have on track the Korean White Tigers, the Canadian Ice Maples, the German Wolves, and the British Royals.
And it is Boutin well out in front early, along with the White Tigers. The Wolves not quickly out of the gate, and so Dene Blais coming into things here. No Kim Gi-lee for the White Tigers, but it's head and shoulders right now. The Ice Maples and the White Tigers. Felix Roussel about to come in.
Well, within only 4 laps, these top 2 teams, the Ice Maples and the White Tigers, have barely separated themselves from the Royals and the Wolves. Out to a dominant lead are the Ice Maples. I think the White Tigers are even just comfortable with their position right now in second.
More than happy to just almost ease off a little bit.
Lee Jung-soo of the White Tigers on the track right now. Stephen Dubois out for the Ice Maples.
He'll go back to Kim Boutin. He's ready to go off the top. Back we go to the starting lineup. Looks like Holly Hoyland actually in now for the British Royals. They are the ones changing things up.
Well, the race is tightened at the front for positions 1 and 2.
And it is Dene Blais off in front. She will give way to Felix Roussel in just a little bit.
Both teams need to stay vigilant. We've got to make sure if there's any slip-ups, they are ready to tag up. Dene Blais getting a little bit back on their heels before that exchange that opens the door for the White Tigers to move into front. Felix Roussel now in second for the Ice Maples.
Just one more exchange to go. You will hear the gun. Or you might have already heard it. I missed it. Anyway, it's the White Tigers now in control. And Stephen Dubois, there's the bell. They were close to lapping the German Wolves. They'll come up just short, but very by-the-book race with the White Tigers coming away with that one ahead of the Ice Maples.
Really just shows you with one missed exchange or a poor quality exchange, that lead can change very quickly. We saw in that race, Dene Blais just kind of getting caught back on her heels before she came out to make her push, and that lost a lot of speed for the Ice Maples and gave up the lead and allowed the White Tigers to take that one home to the finish. Let's see if we get another look. This might be the exchange here. Oh, this is earlier in the relay. This might be the exchange now that we've been talking about, or leading into it. Dene Blais in the front.
Shaping up the move and then gets the opening on the exchange there.
Caught back on her left foot.
So the top 2 comfortably getting through there. Heat number 3. There's confirmation of those results. Heat number 3 has the Eagles, the the Ice Bears, the Falcons, and the Dalmatians. U.S. lineup, the usual twosome. Kristen Santos Griswold, Corin Stoddart leading things off. Clayton DiClemente is out there, as is Andrew Hyo. Becoming an increasingly powerful lineup on that Eagles side. Tinnika Dendulk opening things up for the Ice Bears.
Go to the start. Ready.
And we're off in heat 3 of the mixed team relay quarterfinal.
And it's Stoddart leading the way
Second stop of the
for the Eagles.
2025 season. 4 teams competing for 2 spots, getting access to the semifinals. The USA Eagles, Belgium Ice Bears.
Nice close pack we have here.
And Croatian Dalmatians.
Love to see this tight style of racing in the relay.
Croatian Dalmatians, Vladimir Asic, Katarina Buric, Ahmed Kolanc, and Ivan Martinic.
And it's Budic on the back there for the Dalmatians. See if Hannah de Smet looks to make a move at some point here.
Skating for the Belgian Ice Bears.
Moon coming in for the Falcons. DiClemente in for the Eagles. And it's Ward Petre in third for the Ice Bears.
Dalmatians looking to close this gap up, try to get back into this race.
Really does appear to be a battle of 3 with Hyo on the front right now. And Stan de Smet now making that move for second for the Ice Bears.
Well, if the Ice Bears can get into good position, get Hannah de Smet near the front, she can really open things up for them, give their team a fighting chance with her brother Stein de Smet finishing things off for them.
Is Stoddart back in front for the Eagles. Dendulk fending off a Falcons foray. And there is the move into second. And de Smet now always comfortable having to chase. There's not much urgency behind her, confident in her passing abilities. It's Santos Griswold on the front for the Americans. Petra Yashapati hanging on for the Falcons now. Petre in, Moon in, DiClemente off into the distance.
The Eagles are really opening things up here. Nice,
One more
comfortable
exchange
lead
coming.
Again, we got a nice battle for the second position between the Falcons and the Ice Bears here.
See if it's Desmet's opening. There it comes.
What a nice inside pass and a block to the outside by Stein.
And it's Hyo out in front. De Smet looking like he will guide the Ice Bears a second. Late push coming. De Smet has to defend. He can't count his chickens before they hatch, so to speak. But Hyo will get the Eagles into the semis. De Smet, the Ice Bears.
Can't count your Falcons before they hatch? Is that?
Hey, nicely done.
Well, that move by de Smet at the end was really quite nice. He had a nice hook to the inside, gave himself a lot of time. He was able to kind of shift his track a little bit wide, put up a defensive block, and then just maintain that lead.
They will move on with the 2-woman team on the Ice Bear. They have just enough to make a mixed relay team, but that's what it's nice to see. It allows these perhaps these smaller countries to enter into a relay, and with a couple strong skaters, you really have the makings of a decent team.
Well, it's great to see. Looking at the heats, we have 15 teams competing in this mixed relay.
And Italy in the next heat. The Gladiators. And there is the advancing to the semis. The Eagles and the Ice Bears. Heat number 4 has the Lungs, the Gladiators, the Nomads, and the Wildcats. And I just saw out there Chiara Betti of the Gladiators. She wrenched her shoulder a little bit in an earlier race. She was sort of checking it out a little bit. She seems to be okay, but this Gladiator side does have plenty of options. They're going with Confortola and Betty. So she obviously has to be feeling okay because there are the options. Ariana Siegel on the bench, Gloria Ioriatti as well. But she is good to go, and she will lead things off for the Gladiators.
Well, typically a shoulder injury isn't going to slow you down too much, but it can affect you on a relay exchange.
It's Sidorenko in for the Wildcats.
Go to the start. Ready.
Showing no ill effects, slotting into second place behind the Lungs here.
The Chinese Lungs are the reigning world champions in the mixed relay event.
And it's Khan leading things off for the Nomads. They're sitting in third right now. It's Elisa Confortola in for the Gladiators. Yeah, the aforementioned power of the Lungs.
Looks like we have Liu Shaolin for the Lungs coming on the ice now.
Thomas Natalini in for the Gladiators. Shamukanov in for the Nomads.
The Nomads are doing a great job keeping in touch with these top two teams, being the Gladiators and the Lungs. Gladiators had a silver medal at the World Championships as well. So this is the gold and silver teams between the Lungs and the Gladiators.
Speckenhauser leading things off. If I remember correctly, it was Pietro Siegel anchoring things at the Worlds. And so again, just a team that has its options, going with Natalini and Speckenhauser here. And now it's three teams going for it here. It's Khan for the Nomads right up there. And Betty takes a look at the lead, decides better of it.
Yeah, that would have been a difficult exchange. Had Betty got to the front, those teams would have had to switch order to get out in time for their relay partners. So you gotta watch, if you're making a pass into exchange, you have to be trying to communicate that to your teammate. They gotta be paying attention so they get out in front just in time for you.
Oh, and the Gladiators go down. It's Natalini. I think he went down on his own. There's a tag up there. And there's one more exchange, and that is to Speckenhauser, so he might just have a long way to go by himself. If they could come around and get lapped, and it's heartbreak for the Gladiators. And Natalini, I think, is going to come back in as the final exchange. Nope, Speckenhauser says, no, I'm doing this.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to be too late to make that exchange. They would have had to have completed that exchange in advance of the finish line there with 2 to go. Otherwise, they would have risked an illegal exchange.
And so the Lungs and the Nomads provisionally through. We'll see if that incident gets reviewed. There is that little yellow dot in the corner, and so my instinct was that he went down on his own.
I didn't get a great look at it, so I'm not going to make any calls on that.
That's why I said it's my instinct. It's not meaning I have any educated guess. So that might have been it right there. No, it wasn't.
I think it's going to come a little bit later. Yeah, that was earlier in the race.
There's Natalini there. And this was the second half. That was Betty going shoulder to shoulder.
The inside look. Here it is. Speckenhauser just kind of gets, because that Natalini just gets caught in the middle there. You know, the exchange might have just been too much. He was kind of running up on the Lungs team in front of him and trying to kind of brake check a little bit on the entry to not get into trouble, but couldn't sort himself out for that entry.
And so results have been finalized. The Lungs and the Nomads moving into the semis. And so another flood is coming. And so we'll be back in just a little bit for the last few races of the day. You see the qualifiers, and one more flood to come. Then we have the women's and men's relays to come. The race to the finish is on for today. A long day. Back with you shortly. getting ready for the women's relay. Of course, 3,000 meters, 27 laps, quarterfinals here coming up. 3 heats entered, first and second place team from each race, and a maximum of 2 fastest third place teams. So it's very possible that a team in this heat, or all 3 teams in this heat, only 3 teams entered, could go through. So there's the Lions, the Lungs, and the Hussars. So the Lions leading with strength. They have 4 women entered here. Last week they had the other option of Angel Delman. She is not here for this one. She took a flight out not long after that first weekend on World Tour ended. Of course, the multi-talented youth skater. Plenty of races still to come, even if she wants long track, short track, youth, or sorry, junior, and of course here. So it's just the 4, Sandra Velzeboer, Michelle Velzeboer, Dita Van Oorschot, and Zoe Deltrap. The Lungs, the Zheng Chutong, Zhu Li, Gong Li, and Wan Ye.
To the start. Ready.
Leading things off for the Hussars is Gabriela Topolska, Mila Stormovska also there, Natalia Malashevska, and Nikola Mazur. We were talking a bit about which skaters get chosen for which races. Of course, a lot of them just had the mixed relay as well, and so there's some juggling of things a little bit when you have those rosters to slot stuff in. So I imagine when we see the gladiators later on, a lot of those names that we mentioned, the likes of Siegel and Yoriati, will slot back in.
Well, the coaches are definitely trying to manage the workload of these skaters over these weekends, these relays, the mixed relay to the relay events, that 3K and the 5K men and women's, are pretty quick turnaround. So again, if those skaters have had a busy day today, they're trying to manage their energy outputs, trying to manage that workload over these weekends. And it's back-to-back weekends, so those really stack up for the athletes.
It's a lot of racing over 2 straight weekends. After this, nothing on the World Tour until the early beginning of December. That's when change up of continents to Beijing. I asked Harold Silovs of the Dutch Lions, what happens after this? What do you do in the month between? It was very short. We train right back to it, essentially. And so they go right back to work, priming for those World Tour and ultimately World Championship events.
That's right. The skaters will have a few weeks in between. They'll initially try to get a bit of rest and then try to do a training block, try to keep progressing themselves throughout the season. They'll put some work in and then start preparing for the next set of World Tour events.
Zhu Li, anyway, to Zhang Chutong for the Lungs, but it's still 3 teams together. Michelle Velzeboer, the unusual situation of being at the back, making a move up into second, makes it stick, and it's right as they make the exchange, so the teammates had to be aware to get their positioning right so they can get that exchange.
Exactly. With only 1.5 laps, it's not a lot of time on the track to make those maneuvers. You got to be keeping your head up, paying close attention for your partner, where they're at. Oh, a little bit of a misstep from Deltrap as she entered that corner, but she's able to stay on her feet. That saved the Lions a lot of trouble.
Mazur got a little squeezed there at the back, caused her to lose a lot of speed. It's Natalia Malashevska, of course, we know she can bring plenty of speed to that. She closes right back up, eyeing second place, and the Hussars right up on the tail of the Lions.
We're seeing a lot of back and forth on these positions. It's great to see in this 3,000 meter relay heat.
Very close racing. Nobody's head and shoulders above the rest right now. Although if that woman wanted to shift, good luck trying to keep up with it. She may be starting to do that with 8 to go.
Stormowska does a great job of defending her position there for the Hussar.
There will be a review, I believe, of that, however. We'll see what happens. Mazur right up behind on Deltrap. Oh, and down goes Mazur on her own.
That's unfortunate for the Hussar.
And there's the tag up. Stormovska is right there, and she'll go back into Malashevska. That incident earlier was cleared, but the Hussars did go down on their own, so heartbreak for them. The Chinese take a tumble, but that was after the exchange was made. One more exchange allowed.
These teams are still attacking at the front. A little bit surprising, being that now there's only two of them. We're going through the Dutch Lions.
And the Lions are down.
Michelle, the exchange was not made. It was so close.
And Deltrap had to backtrack too, like she was going forward and had to turn around, sapping all the speed, and suddenly the Hussars have their tails up. Is this a battle for second? I'm not sure if they're on the same lap. And another confusion for the Lions. Deltrap goes down.
Well, a bit of a miscommunication there because they're within those two laps. I don't think they could exchange again, so the partner realized it.
And what's interesting is Van Oorschot, I mean, she did touch Deltrap. It could have been considered a tag or not, but Michelle Velzeboer did tag up and finish, and Deltrap's grabbing her lower back. And so what was a heartbreaking position for the Hussars suddenly sees them potentially moving on. The Lungs, meanwhile, won the race.
Well, that was a bit of an uncharacteristic finish from the Dutch Lions. They're normally so composed in these relay events. You know, something that we talked about, they're not skating their typical team here. But, you know, an unfortunate slip from Michelle Velzeboer there on her own before the exchange with her sister, and then things just kind of went off the rails.
It rains, it pours for the Dutch Lions and the world champions.
So a lot of little incidents kind of stacking up on each other. You know, the Hussar go down on their own, but you never know what can happen. Here we get another look. Mazur just kind of losing her footing and going down. But fortunately, you know, they're able to make a tag up here and get back into the race. I think that's going to pay off for them. There's Michelle going down to that corner. So no exchange made. Xandra's waiting for it.
Just waiting. She had no idea what was going on. She was in position, and then wait, what happened?
Yeah. And then there was just some confusion on the exchanges. I think they were going out for exchanges, but within the two laps where they can't make an exchange, so skaters were passing each other saying, hey, I can't tag you, it's too late, and then losing their footing.
Yeah, Van Oorschot was there and then moved on, but then Sandra finished the race. I think it was supposed to be Van Oorschot, and so confusion reigned, and so the Dutch do get a time of 4:31.752. And so the Hussars just keep skating.
Yeah, and you know, I'm kind of saying there, the Lions and the Longs really could have just shut it down, because then it was just a two-team race.
And the next race, you see it, the White Tigers, the Gladiators, the winners of last week, the Falcons, and the Wildcats. And I do see Ariana Fontana lining up. Not a bad skater to bring off the bench. Rested after last week. Just a quick word with Ariana Seagull there.
Well, that result in that first quarterfinal really opens things up for the next two, because it's the top two teams plus the next fastest thirds. So now the teams are really going to be kind of eyeing up that time. I wouldn't be surprised now if we see some quicker pace out of these next relays.
It's Gloria Ioriati leading things off for the Gladiators. Yelizaveta Sidorko for the Wildcats. Sofia Konya for the Falcons. And Shim Suk Hee for the White Tigers. Once again, no Kim Gia Lee lining up for the women's relay here. Shim off the line first. Sidorko always recognizable not only with the pink helmet, but she has the ribbon in her hair that certainly stands out in the crowd.
Well, if anything, that last relay just showed us how quickly things can unravel with just a few laps to go. So you gotta be sitting, paying close attention here.
And for the Gladiators, right now, coming in is Fontana.
As for the Italian gladiators, they won gold last weekend here in Montreal after finishing
And it's Yashapati.
Keeping an eye on the lap times, 9-1. These are some quick lap times. Skaters are not holding back. They know it's that 2 plus the next 2 fastest third times. So that's really going to help them get through with the falls in the previous quarterfinal.
Making it to the semifinals at this event, Fernando lap 2. Here, down to the first 2.
No change so far. Everyone's still eyeing up the move. Everyone's still in the running here. On the back for the Wildcats.
No desperation moves need to be made just yet. There's still time in this relay with 18 laps to go.
Yaroslava Selyukova in for that Ukrainian Wildcat side. Always watching Fontana.
These skaters are consistently clocking these 9.2, 9.1 lap times. Again, this is a quick pace. You can also usually tell if it's a quick pace if they're putting their hand down as they go around the apex of that turn. That means they're moving a little bit quicker. They want a little bit more stability as they go through the apex of the turn.
Shim Yoriati Konya 1 through 3 right now. Sidorko trying to close it back for the Wildcats. Big push there in the exchange. The Ukrainians trying to regain ground with a big exchange. They're getting there. It's agonizingly close. That elastic, you feel like it's stretched to the limit. So close to snapping, but now they get to close it back up a little bit.
It gets difficult when you have that little bit of a gap. Those teams are exchanging in front of you. You have to kind of work your way through the skaters who have just exchanged. You kind of have to hold your feet steady for a second to make sure you get through cleanly before you can attack the race again.
Now it feels like the elastic is just about snapped. The Falcons also struggling to hang on. Barbara Samogi just barely keeping touch. Sofia Konya trying to close the gap. It's really the class of the field right now, the White Tigers and the Gladiators.
Well, the lap times have dipped sub-9 now, so they're pushing this pace still. The Falcons just need to keep this clean here. This is going to be a good time if they can maintain it. Skate a clean relay through the finish.
They're closing back up a little bit. As you said, yeah, chasing that third place time, which as the moment is a bunch of question marks really from that Dutch line side. What that time is confusing. The whole race was confusing.
Yep.
But they're maintaining contact. And it's just a matter of keeping the skates down. Maybe not throw caution to the wind. Don't take too many risks. You're in a good position to advance right now anyway.
Exactly, and support skaters got to keep their hands up because if anything does happen, if they can react quickly enough, they can still recover and still get that third time or that second time for advancement.
One more exchange coming. You hear that gun. It's Betty in for the Gladiators. They've been comfortable sitting second the entire time. The White Tigers at the bell, the Gladiators in second, and the Falcons doing admirable work to maintain contact. And at the line, 1 and 2 as they were the entire race, 1, 2, 3, and a 4:10.83 for the Hungarian Falcons.
Don't think we're seeing any markings for review. I think that was a nice, clean relay.
I believe you are correct, sir.
Nice to see the Gladiators right there mixing up with the White Tigers. You know, at the end, they were kind of just saying, hey, we have some more in the tank, but we don't need to risk it. We're good. We're in a qualifying position. Keep it clean.
Looks like a third place time that will be good enough. And so one group files off, the other group files on. So these women's relays, they are part of the Sunday calendar. Last week it was the men finishing things off. This week it's the women's relay. There are your results. Brings out one more final women's relay heat to come as the Ice Maples, the Eagles, the Ninjas, and the Nomads. So as always, the Eagles Leading with strength, there's Santos Griswold, Stoddard, Louisiana Stahl, and Una Wilhoit. The Ice Maples, Kim Boutin, Danae Blais, Florence Brunel, and Ricky Doak. And with the Ninjas, I see Hirai Ami, I see Kurokawa Ki, Nakashima Mide, and Kanai Rika. And for the Nomads, Yana Khan, Olga Tikhanova, Alina Ashgalieva, and Malika Yermak. Feeling fairly confident that a third place finish, barring any advancements, would be good enough to get a team through here.
Go to the start. Ready.
You have to wonder what that might take a big hit in the Team Crystal Globe standings if the Lions fail to advance.
Certainly going out that early in the relays is quite damaging to your points. And they're definitely competing. We're used to seeing them competing for gold in these events, so that will certainly hurt their standings. But right now, they are still sitting in position to go through, depending on what happens here. Now, most likely, one of these teams will have a faster third place time considering the fall, but this is the relay.
Yeah, as we saw from Heat 1, anything can happen, and this is a point too where the ice is maybe starting to get a little worn in certain areas.
Absolutely, the relays pack on a lot of laps because not only are they long races, they're long races at a high intensity and high speed, which chews up the track more aggressively in slower laps.
And also, you just think of that Crystal Globe standings. Now, goes with it worth pointing out when these relays for the Crystal Globe standings are 3 times the value. However, there is of course the individual relay title where it's 1 time the value.
Yes.
So you win 100 points winning the race. So in the relay standings it's 100 points, but in the overall Crystal Globe standings it's 300 points.
Precisely, yeah. So relay standings, team standings, 2 different standings. And only in the team standings, it's multiplied by 3.
Danae Blais, pardon me, it's Ricky Doak on the front for the Ice Maples. And it's Hirai Ami on right now for the Ninjas. Ashgalieva, Alina Ashgalieva for the Nomads. Coming back in for the Eagles is Corin Stoddard. Let's see, this U.S. program waiting to see how Julie Lataille recovers. And so much for, of course, her own recovery, but good to have another option in a relay. Of course, if you enter with just 4 women into an event and someone goes down to injury or something happens, then your whole team is out.
That makes things very difficult, especially when we talked about earlier, trying to load manage for the skaters over the weekend. You don't have options to switch anyone out to try to give them a rest. You know, Kristen Santos Griswold or Corey Stoddard competing in everything, right? So they are doing a lot. You know, the advantage of having a bigger team is you can give some of your skaters a bit of a rest on these relay events. But you cannot do that if you only have 4 skaters.
It is King Boutin just on the ice. Now Florence Brunel as the Ice Maples really start to turn the screws. Kanai Rika trying to close the gap, and Corin Stoddard now really in a position to try to get up into second and almost get out of that traffic. So Santos Griswold there, she does it in 2 seconds. Oh no, and Santos Griswold is down.
That was a bit of a late tap up here. I don't think the Eagles were expecting Kristen Santos to go down. She is such a strong, stable skater, but she made that inside move, just came back on her heels. She had so much speed, just getting compressed on the exit, loses her footing. That's a corner where we've seen the ice beat up a little bit today. You talked about it, Gavin. The relays adding up to that ice quality, not degrading. You know, just get sent back, you lose it for a moment, it's gonna cost you. So, like we said earlier, anything can happen in these relays.
And The U.S. didn't just have a great exchange there either. And so it is the Nomads in position in third. We'll be watching that clock. Olga Tikhonova on the ice. One more exchange coming. She tags in Malika Yermak to try to finish things off, trying to compare it to that Dutch Lions time. Bell lap for Danae Blais. In the end, it's academic for the Canadian Ice Maples. Wrapping things up, Nakashima Mide for the Ninjas, and the Nomads with that 4:15.34 looks to be good enough as a third place time.
That's right.
So expecting the unexpected here.
Yeah. Well, very uncharacteristic of Kristen Santos Griswold to have a little slip up like that.
And to just happen too, as they finally got into second place with some clear air in front to try to close the gap on the Canadians.
We'll wait to see the replay on that. This, of course, is earlier in the relay.
Canadians just staying out of trouble, getting to the front and avoiding danger.
And as mentioned before, if you're the skater responsible for that tag up, you have to be paying such close attention. And usually you have the skater on the track, you have the one preparing for the exchanges, the one following, that's their responsibility to be checking that up. And there you see the Nomads taking that third place advancement.
Into the semifinals. And the Ice Maples, who were penalized in the final last weekend, on course to achieve a small measure of vengeance, and there you have it, the Falcons and the Nomads moving on through.
Well, definitely unexpected that the Lions and the Eagles would not go through there. So that is really going to shake things up for the standings, both the relay standings and the team overall standings.
But in relays like this, if a team does have an unexpected result like we're seeing here, it does always feel like in short track, it does kind of come out in the wash, where at some point down the line, misfortune will hit somebody.
Yeah.
It's very rare that a team goes through without any drama whatsoever, but that's, I guess, what the hallmarks of a good team. And the Ice Maples out on the track right now on the men's side, about to start the relay. Looks like we are good to go.
Go to the start. Right.
Now, of course, this is a whole different beast altogether. 45 laps. Things change, a much slower start.
2+0 qualification to the semifinals, so no advancements for fastest third times here. Top two only will go through, unless we have any unexpected advancements.
Stephen Dubois is on the front right now.
Last weekend, the first event of the season. They're also the
and the debut, Philippe Daudelin. He did not see any action last weekend, but here in the relay.
Well, it's great to see him getting incorporated in the team. It looks like so William Danjanu, who's on the track right now. Felix Roussel, I suppose, then is the skater of the Ice Maples who's sitting this one out.
Gilles about to come in. Ward Petre for the Ice Bears. Peter Iashapati, not to be confused with Petra Iashapati. One of the many siblings that we see. That one is just the very similar names.
So the Ice Maples are the team to beat in the relay. They are the world #1. They won last week. They got the target on the back. You know you're up for a challenge when you see them on the ice with you.
Olympic champions as well. Failed to actually make the final at the World Championships in a bit of an upset. But we all know that program, it just kind of reloads As the conveyor belt comes out. It's Mark Chismadia on the back for the Falcons right now.
So one thing too, if we're paying attention to the skaters that are exchanging in these relays, you have to manage your workload there too. We see sometimes skaters are over accelerating too early, expending a lot of energy preparing to go out for their exchange before they even hit the ice. They've already skated quite a bit, starting to tire themselves, fatigue themselves. So it's balancing, just using enough energy to get out the track cleanly, have enough speed for a nice exchange. Don't over-exert yourself skating around the middle. Just make sure you're resting, you're catching your breath. After you're on the track, you come in, get your breather. Of course, watching for your team, supporting them in case anything unpredicted happens. Otherwise, manage that energy output because this is a longer relay, and when they are fast in speed, they do become quite tiring. This relay itself is not off to a blistering pace. You know, some of the quicker ones we'll see they're lapping around 9 seconds or under. This one we're looking at the high 9s, 9.9 right now, 9.8. That's an easy pace for these skaters, but that means we expect a lot of speed to finish this race off.
It is 4 heats. Only the top 2 in each one moving on to the semifinals. So no worry about third place time and all that. It's just up to you and the skaters around you on the ice. And the Falcons now checking into the lead there with a nice move. And it's Bence Nogradi in ahead of Stan de Smet and Steven Dubois.
Once we get inside of 20 laps here, I expect we're going to see the Ice Maples look to try to open things up, try to clear some room, get some open air to complete their exchanges, get out of any trouble that could come their way.
Just waiting for the right moment. Enzo Prost just gives way to Wara Van Dam. Meanwhile, William Dongenou, not used to being at the back of a pack, but he's measured skating. And on the exchange, Jordan Pierre-Gilles up into second, some bumping there. Almost got a push from the Belgians to take the lead there.
Sometimes you just got to use that. You know, if some skater runs up behind you, they got to slow themselves down. They put the hands up, kind of transfer some speed to you and pushes you to the lead. You just take it. We're within that 20-lap window now, so let's keep an eye on the Ice Maples, see if we see a quick reaction from them to kind of explode this race and get out front, get a good gap on the rest of the field.
Daudelin, his first action of the weekend, not looking at all out of depth here for a guy who's seen a lot of skating, now just getting his first action over 2 weekends. And it's the Falcons, really undaunted here. Dongenou almost lost a little bit on that corner.
Well, there's actually a little bit of a defensive deep track there where he just dropped it in a little bit wide, kind of block off the skater behind him. Now let's see Jordan Pierre-Gilles, if he's going to make the move now and strike. He does. He goes on the outside. I want to keep that speed going now.
Some fight back here by Peter Yashapati, but Dubois now in front. Now they're free to fly.
Still not fully unleashing it. 8.5 laps, although that is still quick. We see them getting down to those 8.2s. We know they're flying, but already on this beaten up ice, they're holding good pace.
The Ice Bears in second. Enzo Prost going to Wara Van Dam. And this race really is not over yet. We're waiting for the Canadians to just drop the hammer, and they haven't done it just yet. And you mentioned that ice, it's getting a little on in years. So I'd be a little more reason to be cautious. We've seen skaters going out on their own. Jordan Pierre-Gilles did earlier, but now he's maybe ramping it up. No fear in that man.
See, well, Steven Dubois still looking relaxed, not trying to push it too hard. They got a bit of a healthy lead now, however.
Nice move by Stan de Smet. Right in time for the exchange. Gives Enzo Prost. Daudelin hanging on with inside 6 to go. He sees 5. Not been the Canadians flying away by any stretch. Nice on the exchange for the Falcons to close it up.
This is going to be a tight race for second between the Falcons and the Ice Bears. The Ice Bears somewhat off exchange now. Not sure when things went awry.
And they had to get that exchange in. So they missed making an exchange before the line there. Or actually, it's one more coming.
Yeah,
here it is right now.
Final exchange. So 2 laps to go. And Stein de Smet just jumping up the inside.
Not a bad move by the anchor for the Belgians. Meanwhile, Stephen Dubois getting the bell, and in the end, it will be the Canadians. They toyed with them for a little while, and ultimately just turned on the class and goes to a victory.
Well, nice clean relay we had there. Didn't see anything requiring a review or any dots up on our monitors.
Just a lot of jumping around in positions and nobody really taking too big of a risk. The big challenge was keeping touch with that Ice Maple side with their vaunted power. Looks like it will be Maples and Bears moving on. Next round already out on the ice. It has the Anatolian Pars from Turkey, the Italian Gladiators, the Chinese Lungs, and the USA Eagles out on the ice. And there you have it. Canadians and Belgians moving on. Lorenzo Previtali, Pietro Siegel, Luca Speckenhauser, Thomas Natalini for the Gladiators. Certainly a pretty good force to be reckoned with. The Eagles, I see Wesley Park, Brandon Kim, Clayton DiClemente, and Andrew Hyo. For the Lungs, there's Sun Long, Liu Xiaoang, Liu Xiaolin, and Li Wenlong. For the Anatolian Pars, leading things off, Murat Titachi. They also have Furkan Akar, Mohamed Bozdag.
Passe maintenant à la deuxième vague, quart de finale relais messieurs sur une distance de 5 mètres 4-5. Sur le piste 16 patineurs sur la classe.
Andrew Hyo now taking in for the Eagles. Pietro Siegel on the front, and it's the early, let's call it feeling out stage. At this point, how much are they really kind of testing their edges to see how they hold up on the surface that is getting on?
Yeah, they're just kind of checking out the ice for sure, seeing where there's any wear patches, seeing how it feels. They've been on the ice already quite a bit today, but certainly this ice has had some wear after the previous relays ahead of them. So just kind of getting their feet going. Again, usually kind of sorting themselves in position. Some teams may have a strategy of really just wanting to control the lead. So if anyone does make a move to the front, we may see them strike right back. But don't get too aggressive this early because there's a lot of laps to go.
The Anatolian Pars were out of rotation a little bit early, but one of their skaters just kind of did an extra half lap, and they got back on, and they're back on the exchange with everybody else. And Siegel taking a look out wide. Hyo not taking the bait, not diving inside. More than happy to let him do the work at this stage. And so all line astern right now.
Representing the Chinese Longs, Sun Long, Li Wenlong, Liu Xiaolin, and Shu Yi.
Waiting for it's that waiting stage now where we wait for someone to make the push. Brandon Kim behind Thomas Natalini.
In these early laps too, teams may just be looking to see if any other teams miss an exchange, teams that they're particularly concerned about, because if they do or something just slips them up a little bit, they may be looking to strike, but otherwise, again, just managing their energy output. They know it's going to be a quick finish.
You know that some Turkish skaters have the sprint power, so we'll see if those Anatolian Pars pounce at any point to jump to the front. It's Furkan Akar right now. Mohamed Bozdag in the race, closing right up on the tail of Li Wenlong. Up at the front, Thomas Natalini into the race. Brandon Kim for the USA Eagles.
This is a good little matchup here. I think we're going to see a lot of action as we move into the second half of this race. The pace is now starting to pick up, getting to those low nines.
What happens, it's just, if it hits that point, it's just too high. The speed is too high to anyone make a pass. But now, again, the door opens up on the inside. Hyo not going through it with inside 25 to go.
Well, if skaters can't, oh.
And there is one of the Turkish skaters down. Was that after the exchange? No, it was not. And so they're having to tag up.
Very, very similar to what we saw with the Dutch Lions, in which the skaters were on the exchange corner. The skater going out for the exchange went out waiting for the push, and it just never came. Again, I'm not sure if there's something in the ice over here, but we keep talking about this is a corner that we continually see some slip-ups on the exit. The same corner where Kristen Santos with Griswold went down as well.
If I remember back to the World Championships too, a lot happened on that final corner. And then when there's an incident like that early in the race, there's more of a chance to get back into the race. Unfortunately for the Anatolian Pars, it was just as the tempo was really starting to pick up. And so they're skating for pride now.
Well, this changes the dynamic too when there's the three teams together, because the longs in third here, they know they don't have anyone right behind them breathing down their neck, trying to jump inside them anytime they move wide. So they can actually skate, if they choose to, a little more relaxed in third, a little bit more of a wide track, because no one's going to jump up the inside. However, we've moved into these sort of final stages of the relay as we come up to 16 laps to go. So teams are really going to try to situate themselves near the lead. If you're in third, you know it's a lot to kind of overcome and try to pass a team.
And the Anatolian Pars, kudos to them still skating, because with two spots going on, all it takes is for two teams to enter in some sort of interaction and both go down, and suddenly the Anatolian Pars could be in a position to pick up that second place. And with the speed ramping up and the ice quality diminishing a little bit, you never know.
Absolutely, and that's what you want to see from your team as a coach. You want to see a team that's not going to give up. Sure, you're down and out right now, but anything can happen. Don't quit on this. You don't know what might unfold. Now we see the longs moving into the lead of the race.
Lorenzo Previtali of the Gladiators.
Sun Long taking the lead.
World champion in his own right. Natalini for the Gladiators. Clayton DiClemente about to come in for the Eagles. And inside, 9 laps to go. Next time around, they will see 8. That's the safe lapping of that Anatolian Pars side.
Looks like Liu Xiaowang was kind of struggling with the ice on that exit, so let's pay attention to this corner. I think it's starting to deteriorate a little bit.
Hyo.
Athletes are going to have to be careful.
Is Hyo going to make a move for the Eagles? Time ticking down on their opportunities. Wesley Park now in third. Pace really ticks up. Always watching nervously as they hang on that corner. They're going to see 4 to go.
Got to watch these exchanges. This is where you can make something happening. The Eagles looking to strike. The Gladiators trying to move. But the Longs are looking really strong out front right now.
And one more exchange allowed. DiClemente with some work. It's now the Lungs and the Gladiators.
Liu brothers handing off to each other.
U.S. good exchange there. Hyo gets right up there. He has some work to do, though, at the bell. It's the Lungs and the Gladiators. The Eagles are pressing. Is it going to change at all? The Gladiators at the line, and Well, they made it close. I think he might have kicked it out late.
Yeah. Andrew Heo just might have mistimed that lunge at the finish.
So we'll see. I'm going to say right now that I think it's up to the lungs to lose it.
In the final lap of this relay quarterfinal, coming to 2 races left. Here in the Montreal arena, only the top 2 teams can make it to the semifinals. The Canadians and the Belgium already qualified from heat number 1.
So let's see here, a really 3-horse race in this one. The Anatolian Pars were there for a bit, but they went off. We'll see if we can lose. Yeah, just losing his own balance there into the corner. They were competitive. They were in it. So we'll see what the photo looks like at the line.
Another look at that inside pass by Seagal. Here's the drive to the line.
I think he just was a bit too late.
Yeah.
Just as he was reaching, and the lungs hang on and move on.
Chinese Longs were able to take that 2nd spot. Well, still waiting for the official results. We have to do a final video review, it looks like. And we'll be
They haven't confirmed the results just yet. They're just checking to make it out. The next 4 teams are on the ice in heat number 3 as we wind our way to the conclusion here. 2 races to come. Looks like there is a possible illegal relay, but it would be on the Anatolian Pars side, so it wouldn't affect the outcome. So jumping ahead to the next race, there is the White Tigers, the Kazakh Nomads, the Polish Hussars, and the Ukrainian Wildcats.
And we have the official results. The Italian Gladiators and the Chinese Longs qualify.
There you go, nothing changing as they finished. So they show up on the official board. And so, see Kim Tai-sung out there for the White Tigers. I see Kim Gun-woo for the Nomads. Denis Nikisha is there. Adil Galiakhmatov. Gleb Ivchenko. And also Abzal Ashgaliev. Michal Novinsky out for the Hussars. Łukasz Kuczynski. They also have, let's just see here, just checking everything. Felix Pigeon and DNA Cillier. Just if I can finish running through while we're getting ice fixed up. One final bit of patchwork still to go here. The Wildcats have Oleg Hande, Danilo Fedorenko, Daniel Bergin, and Yaroslav Morozov. Even our referee is down on his hands and knees joining in the team effort here.
It's quite a long patch job, so we need a lot of hands on deck. We got 4 or 5 people working on this ice patch right now. And they'll come out, clean it off, probably hit it with a fire extinguisher to help it freeze up quickly.
It just needs to hang on for 2 more races.
So now's a good opportunity for the skaters that are on the ice before this relay starts to go check out the ice conditions, see which tracks have been skated in advance of theirs, see where the fresh ice is, see where they have to be weary, if there's any damage on the turns, what parts of the corner they may need to avoid. Make sure that they're all ready for when this race gets going.
Now these stewards who are fixing this ice, what training is there for this, Tyler?
Well, first off, most of these track stewards are speed skaters, so they've been in the sport for quite some time. So throughout practices, you get used to having to fix ruts when you're out on practice. So it's kind of a standard process. You typically have a bucket of snow, you have some water, you have a fire extinguisher, You do your best to patch that up, put some water on it, hit it with a fire extinguisher to freeze it. Make sure, although before you do that, you've kind of cleared it off because you don't want to freeze kind of some ice chunks up on top of the ice.
Here we go. Now we're lining up.
Go to the start. Right.
45 laps underway. Of course, just the top 2 moving on. Just all the races around there. No worries about third place time or any of that. Tigers jumping out to the lead. It's going to be Kim Gun-woo coming in for the first time. Michał Niewinski for the Hussars. Already a big move coming from Oleg Hyundai, never afraid to animate.
So the skaters on the track right now who just exchanged, the ones who just finished up, those were the second skaters in the relay on their team. Those will typically be the skaters that we will see finish the relay for that team.
Interesting that it's Adil Galiakhmetov who's tapped for that, and Denis Nikisha did not. He's leading things off today.
Yeah, they may be thinking, you know, Denis Nikisha, great speed, you know, but maybe by the end of the race he may be fatiguing, so they're going to go with someone who has better endurance towards the end of the race.
Relying on his speed to keep it close if the White Tigers decide to try to push things away. Nikisha on the ice right now. It's Felix Pigeon giving way to Michał Niewinski.
So as a coach, when you're building out your relay and your relay order, you're typically looking to put your strongest skaters in that first and second spot position because they're the 2 skaters that will have the added exchange, those final 3 laps at the end of the race. So those 2 skaters will get more time on the ice. So that's typically where you slot in your top skaters.
White Tigers still out in front. Kim Tai-sung in right now. DNA Cillier for the Hussars. And the Wildcats struggling to keep up with that pace right now. Danilo Fedorenko. Now it's Hyundai coming in. Now he closes right back up again.
Hyundai looking for that inside pass on the Nomads. Missed exchange though by the Wildcats. They're going to have to adjust, make an exchange on the next corner. They've done so.
Opens up a little bit of a gap here with the chasing 2 or the front 2. And always when there are these internal battles from the teams that are chasing, it's always to the benefit of the team out in front and allows them to potentially build a bit of a lead, but they haven't done it just yet. In the end, it's the Wildcats who are trying to keep up with the pace. Danilo Fedorenko in right now in front of him. He's trying to close up on Denis Nikisha from the Nomads, who now makes a move into second and makes it stick. Adil Galiakhmetov right now. Michał Niewinski. Polish side, of course, perhaps something of a surprise bronze medal in the men's relay at those World Championships. Sort of double underlining the unpredictable nature of the relay.
Also highlighting the depth right now. Any of these teams can strike if they're on. They're having a good day. They can make it happen. I think we're going to be in for a good finish for this one between the Nomads and the Hussar. The White Tigers, of course, are the favorite here. However, they are missing some key elements to their team with Park Ji-won not on the ice here.
Kim Gun-woo here is no slouch either. Right out in front. Galiakhmetov and Niewinski watching him. The Wildcats, looks like the pace was a bit much for them. They are hanging in because, of course, one incident going into the corner, and they could find their way through to the next round.
Tigers still comfortably in the lead. Not giving all of their best efforts.
So we'll be coming up 15 laps to go here.
First two final exchanges.
Keisha in.
Speeding for Kazakh.
It's really time to hit it. Still those three. Was it like the Canadians where it just felt like they were waiting to hit the gas? Does that feel like with the Koreans, or is this genuinely a 3-horse race? As I say, that could be with a bit of an
I was going to say, no, I do think that the Nomads have some good speed on their team. They're holding that gap. A little bit of a missed exchange by the Hussar, but they're able to close that really quickly. Well done there. Nice recovery. We're going to be keeping an eye open here because the Hussar are going to try to make a move really quick. They're starting to lose some time here.
Sevier on the ice. The Hussars, number of individual skaters had some pretty good races today. You look at Kuczynski and Nowitzki and Felix Pigeon all putting in some decent results.
Pigeon had some great racing today.
And there he is, getting right up onto second place, right onto Dennis Nikisha. But as they battle for second, that's to the benefit of the White Tigers, but it's still 3 together, and Nowitzki in for the Hussars. He can shift. It also has been a long day for him. Łukasz Kuczynski coming in.
Look on the inside.
Second.
No, the Nomads able to hold it off. Is that Chenko there?
You're right. Chenko. And now it's Ashgaliev. And was that the moment for the Hussars?
Oh, there's an opening here for the Hussars. DNA Sellier getting up on the inside.
As the Nomads making an exchange there. And now someone's out of system on the exchanges.
They have to sort it out. They have to get off the exchange here, but there's a pass on the exchange. Can they get out in time? They do.
Everybody's safe. It's Nowitzki now, and he can turn on the afterburners. Ashgaliev, undaunted, staying with him. Meanwhile, Kim Gun-woo gets the bell. Nowitzki trying to hold off a hard-charging Nomad side. It's Galiakhmatov making the push, and he does take it. Nowitzki snuck up on the inside. There are going to be 2 things reviewed there.
Well, a lot of action in that last lap. Nowitzki, when he got that lead there, I don't know if you noticed that, but he came off that corner. He ripped those crossovers all the way around, extreme wide track to keep that speed going, but it wasn't enough. Galiakhmatov kept the Nomads in touch there, going for that late inside pass. We're going to have to go to the review on that.
Yeah, that's what's getting looked at. And I know earlier in a race, Nowitzki had no problem sort of calling out what he thought something that he didn't like. He didn't really do much there, but it also might be the fatigue seeping in at the end of the day, saying, I'll let the officials sort this one out.
Yeah. And you also have to watch your composure on the ice. You can't get after the officials all the time. You don't want to kind of make a bad name for yourself with the officials, because then they might be keeping an extra eye on you for the next thing that you do that they don't agree with.
And one of the investigations has been cleared. And that would have been, it was on the Wildcats inside the track. That was cleared. The other one is possibly on the Nomads inside skater failure to give way. And so that's what's being looked at. That would have been that move with Nowitzki.
I believe it was Galiakhmatov making that move on the inside.
Yes. One more race to go, and the Valiant crews doing the best they can to keep this ice condition going for one final race. It's always the story of end of competition when there are no more races to come. And we'll see if there is an announcement on the ice. It doesn't look like it. No, it's, there you have the results. The White Tigers and the Nomads voyaging on. And the final race of the day, heat number 4, the Dutch Lions, the Japanese Ninjas, the British Royals, and the Bulgarian Kings.
So So Wesley Yates of the Royals today, he was in our first race of the morning. So they made the first race and in the last one day. It's a long day.
That is a long day. I wonder if he got back to, I wouldn't say he got back to the hotel to eat anything. There was a meal here for the athletes, but that's, you're up early, you're down late. He's one of us. We were here the whole day too.
And that race was supposed to start at 9, so they were ready for that 9 o'clock start.
Go to the start.
Shinky Connect for the Lions. Iwasa Dan for blanking. Ninjas. Theo Collins for the Royals. And Maxim Maximov for the Bulgarian Kings. Another look at all of those new kits that we have out for the World Tour. Vanuatu will give way to Itzhak Dalat. And for the Kings, Asen Yudov. Watanabe Keita in for the Ninjas. And Kyle Ross Waddell. Now it's over to Wesley Yates, the brave soul who's been here all day. That's an early day, as you mentioned. It was supposed to start at 9 a.m. We had a bit of a delay. Started at 9:30, and here we are, 7 p.m. local time.
Well, Yates would have been ready for that 9 a.m. start. That was 10 hours ago. You know, that's a long day. It's a long time to keep your head in the game. Got to be eating, got to be fueling, got to be trying to find time to rest. So,
Niall Tracy, the British Royals, slotting up into second. Of course, he looked at the Lions would be favored here. And I would say the Ninjas also may be one of the favorites to move on, but it is somewhat open to see who can get that second spot or even the first spot.
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly that second spot's open. As you mentioned, Gavin, the Lions would be the favorite, but we saw from the women's team just earlier, and they can unfold in these races.
Dan Koss in for the Lions, about to bring back Shinky Connect. Theo Collins in for the Royals. Maxim Maximov for the Kings. Meanwhile, stealthily, the Blades of Stealth, as they like to say. That's Iwasa Dan of the Ninjas. And Miyata Shogo now in, and here he makes that move to get up into third. The likes of the British Royals, we do know they have pretty good defensive skaters there. Kyle Ross Waddell is in. But when Wesley Yates comes in, or Niall Tracy rather, we've seen how well he can protect a position.
Certainly expect that he will be the finisher for the Royals team. Dan Koss, the Lions, protecting this lead.
Still plenty of time left, and the tempo really picking up. 27 to go, coming up on 26.
Yeah, sub 9-second laps.
And Vanuatu, team's exclamation mark. At least he was in the mixed relay. Of course, he is here. They won the mixed relay. They didn't win the men's relay last weekend, but he would be the finisher in all likelihood. Royals hanging tough with Itzhak Dalat. Going to Dan Koss now. And the Kings starting to lose some contact as the tempo really kicks up.
Yeah, the Lions just kind of keeping the pressure on at the front. You can tell this is their strategy. They came in, they said, hey, we're going to own this race from the lead. We don't want to get caught up in any trouble. We keep that pace going out front, try to steer clear of anything that might go on behind us, and then we'll just take this home.
Bit of a revival for the Kings, trying to get back to make it a four-pack. But Jens Vanuatu there. The impressive Niall Tracy right up there. They're more than holding their own. And for the Ninjas, Watanabe Keita sliding up into second right now. After slipping back into the third, it'll be interesting to see how the Royals, can they maintain touch? There's a bit of a gap opening, fatigue setting in, the ice is going away from them a little bit, and the Ninjas jump into the lead.
Let's see how the Lions respond to that. Shinky Connect on the ice here. He's going to look to take it right back. Let's watch. I think the Ninjas are pushing the pace a little bit.
That down.
8-7.
Still there. Now the Royals closing back up. And they're together there, but that was an exertion just to close that gap.
I think the Ninjas are doing a great job putting themselves in position to secure one of these top two finishes here. They're kind of putting up some separation between them and the Royals with those Dutch Lions in between them.
See the grimace, the pain setting in a little bit there. That's a day's worth of action in those legs.
Well, the legs are certainly getting heavy by this point of the relay. Even though it looks like they get some rest and they're only out for a lap and a half, it stacks up. They're moving quite quickly now, 8.6 lap time. So this is an aggressive pace, and they have to be all the more stable as they go through these deep ruts on the corner, because this ice has taken some abuse over this last hour with all these relays ahead of them. 8 laps to go now.
Dutch Lions taking the lead. You just have to wonder at what point do the two teams go, okay, both of us are through. Let's not risk anything, but there's no fight from this, there's a whole lot of fight from this Royals side. They're not done yet, but it's going to take some doing with these two strong teams. Watanabe Keita chasing Itzhak Dalat.
They just want to hold this gap right now. They don't have to do anything desperate.
Hanging on those corners, heart in the throat almost every time that last corner, based on what we've seen today. Each time through a bit of a sigh of relief. Coming up to 3 to go, and the Japanese Ninjas are down.
There's the tag, but Niall Tracy comes steaming through.
And the door was opened up. That's why you keep going. And the Lions are in front, and it's a heartbreak for the Ninjas after skating such a good race.
Sorry, Niall Tracy's just hit the ice now. The Royals came steaming through before that exchange. That's that rutted ice that we talked about.
And it is Miyata Shogo trying for the Ninjas. Jens Vanet Wout does do the exclamation mark. Niall Tracy in second, and it's heartbreak for the Ninjas.
Yeah, it really is. It's so tough to be the individual on the team who has that little slip up, you know, something that you really would feel like you could have controlled. It's tough on a teammate, you know, and you got to support them, you know.
But you do enough races, it seems everybody eventually does get the turn.
Yeah, no, it's true, but no matter what, when it's you that has that mishap, you really, you know, feel like you are responsible for your team, and it's always difficult. It's never a fun feeling to go through.
It looks like I don't think anything was getting reviewed. So you'll look at Richard Shoebridge, the British coach, telling him to hang in there, and sure enough, right there on his own. Just can imagine the expletives going through your head when you're just going down on your own, almost in slow motion there. Well, that was in slow motion, but you know what I mean. Time seems to stand still when tragedy befalls you.
You just feel it going down. No, hold it.
It wasn't enough. And everybody gets off. There you have it. The Dutch Lions and the British Royals moving into the semis tomorrow. And so the program is set, Tyler, for the weekend. That was a long day, but we know what's to come, and I think that's going to provide plenty of adrenaline over the course of the weekend. World Tour number 2.
That'll get the heart beating, that's for sure. Some nail-biting races tomorrow. We'll be on the edge of our seat.
If week 1 was any indication, we're in for an absolute treat over the course of weekend number 2. There's the list of qualifiers. So we'll sign things off from Montreal. It was a long day, but now we know how things will play out over the weekend. It gets going at 9 a.m. Eastern time. Hopefully we get things going on time today. Apologies for the delay today, but we will wrap things up for here on behalf of Tyler Dare and the entire crew putting this all together. Thank you very much for joining us, and we'll hopefully get to chat with you over the course of the weekend. Goodbye.